local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you...
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's gracious. What a moment. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All well coached, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Surf, board, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
App here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
When I was a kid, there was was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
Lots of cricket to look forward to this summer.
It doesn't get better than this. Let the action begin.
Brilliant, brilliant.
And the legend that is this Australian cricket team creates yet another awe-inspiring chapter.
He's hit it leg side. It's Ben Stokes with the winning runs. They are champions of the world.
Oh, what a start that is from Crawley. An epic way to go to a Test match 100.
All gone. Oh, the reverse scoop. What a shot.
A delight for Ahmed.
And it just gets better and better. It's a series win for England at the home of cricket. Oh, if you don't mind.
Absolute Jaffa.
Into the record books, the first woman to hit a ton in the 100.
Oh, what a start from Luke Wood.
Straight up in the air. Oh, he's held it. Oh my goodness, it's come off his head. It's a magnificent 100.
Well, that is all to come and look forward to, as well as action from the Blast and County Championship cricket, which is why we are here in Manchester at Emirates Old Trafford. Now, it's only the 3rd of May. All but 2 counties have played 4 games. Those 2 counties we're focusing on over the next 4 days as Lancashire host Kent. Both sides need to get a wiggle on at the foot of the table. The defending champions Surrey and Essex are currently leading the way. Good morning and welcome to Manchester, where it is fresh. Hello, Nas, how are you? Oh, my old boy's doing all right. Your old boy's doing all right. These two, though, need to get a wiggle on.
They do need to get a wiggle on. It's their game in hand. They both missed out last week, which was, I think, was quite a good thing, because the game before that, they both got hammered. You know, Lancashire took a drubbing against Essex, 140 and 100 all out, lost by an innings and plenty, and Kent lost against Surrey heavily. So they've had time to regroup, but now looking at that table, this is the game in hand. This is the game you must win.
OK, well, we're looking forward to seeing the cricket, but yesterday, tragically, we got some quite appalling news. A 20-year-old, just 20-year-old Josh Baker of Worcestershire sadly passed away. Now, he'd only been playing cricket the day before for the second 11. Josh was an extremely talented and popular young man at New Road, and it goes without saying our thoughts are with his family, his friends and his teammates at this most difficult time. But here in Manchester, Mark Butcher was with the captains a little earlier.
Well, we've had a couple of bright sunny days up here in Manchester. Things have returned a little bit to type, although the sun is trying to peek through. Pitch looks like a good one. Got the two captains, Keaton Jennings and Daniel Bell-Drummond with me. Keaton, you've got the coin. Give it a flick. Heads. Heads is the call. And it has come down tails. Lancashire have won it. Going to have a bowl. Keaton, pitch looks a pretty good one. What is your thinking behind that?
Yeah, look, pretty tough choice. You look down, it's a pretty good surface. I don't think it's necessarily a 200 all-out surface. A bit of rain around this afternoon. Traditionally, it's been quite tough to get 40 poles at Emirates Old Trafford. So, bowl, try and use whatever's in there, and then hopefully bat and bat well.
Been a slow start for yourselves. What do you put that down to?
Bits and pieces. Look, we played some really good cricket against Hampshire. They played well to hold up for a draw. And then, to be honest, we're pretty poor last week against Essex, a really good Essex team. So hopefully we can stabilise this week and have a good week up here against Kent.
Okay, any team news?
We have one change from our last game. Jack Blatherwick misses out and Tommy Hartley comes in.
Good stuff. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Daniel, not too bothered about batting first on this strip, I would imagine.
No, for sure. It's the fourth toss I've lost, actually. But no, it's not a bad one to lose, to be honest. We're looking forward to getting on here, getting first use of it and scoring big in the first innings.
I guess the same goes for you guys. Been a slow start to the championship. 3 games early in April. What has been the main issue in terms of not getting results going your way?
It's been a tough start for us. Probably haven't performed as well as we'd have liked. A lot of injuries as well on the bowling front. So that's been difficult. But quite a few guys are back fit now. So we're looking forward to this next period of the season.
So how do you line up today?
Got quite a few changes from the last game. Nathan Gilchrist, Grant Stewart, and Wes Agar come back in. All the top 7 remain the same.
Okay, good stuff. Good luck to you. Thanks for speaking with us. So the news from the toss here after I sawed off Daniel Bell-Drummond is that Lancashire have won it and are going to have a bowl first.
Well, that might not have been a straightforward decision for Keaton Jennings, because when you look up, you think bowl, slate grey skies and an iffy forecast later on. The pitch actually looks an absolute belter. But it might spin as the game goes on, Nas, and we got some spinners on show today, one of the all-time greats as well.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon, I know you've been up here doing some work with him and doing a masterclass with him. He's given us a masterclass for a number of years. One of the great finger spinners there has ever been. And with him, Tom Hartley, who had a fantastic winter in India, and he's also been selected in the World T20 squad, so a great few weeks for him. And Matt Parkinson coming back to his old ground. He's moved to Kent. He's got 10 first-class wickets this season. They've come at a cost. They've been at over 50s, but it'll be an emotional time coming back here. Maybe with the toss, you know what, they've only had one game with the Duke's ball, these two sides, so maybe with the likes of Williams and Bailey, with these overhead conditions, the lights are coming on as we speak, maybe they just think it will nip around early on with this Duke's ball.
How pleasing is it to see Hartley play, given that Lyon is around and playing, because we thought, oh, maybe he is not going to play at all and they're just going to play one spinner.
Yeah, hugely important. Tom Hartley is at the stage now that he needs to be playing cricket. I buy into a lot of this. I can learn from Nathan Lyon, I can learn from him off the field. The best place to learn your cricket is on the field, by playing, by bowling, getting a number of overs in. So it's great to see him play. He will bowl at some stage, even in these conditions. He's a very fine cricketer, and I think the balance of the sides look pretty good. Kent look like a side where the batters are in nick. Bell Drummond looks in good nick. Compton's coming into form. Zach Crawley back on the ground, that he got 180 in the Ashes here. And Lancashire batters, I think they could do with a run out eventually when the pitch gets a bit flatter.
Well, Kent batting, the openers Ben Compton and Zach Crawley, slightly contrasting styles. There's always been this talk about Ben Compton. Look at his stats, look at the runs he's getting. Oh yeah, but look at the strike rate he's going at. Compare that with Zach Crawley, who's the epitome of baseball. You couldn't have two more contrasting openers.
Absolutely, and it'd be fascinating to watch how they go about it. Compton's going to play at his tempo. My currency is still runs. It's not how you get your runs, it's the amount of runs. We had Rob Key on the podcast last week, and he wants players to put the pressure back on the bowler, but also absorb pressure. So it'll be interesting to see with Compton whether he can put pressure back on bowlers when he needs to. But you're right, Compton, Crawley, keep an eye out for Daniel Bell Drummond. He's been around a while, I know that, but he's also got 2 first-class hundreds already this season. Captain, and it looks like that captaincy has actually improved his game. So I'm looking forward to watching him bat this week.
We should mention it's the Duke's ball in this round.
It is, and I think that makes a big difference, especially in these conditions. Bailey, I've always been a fan of Tom Bailey. In these conditions with the Duke's ball, he will make it just nip around. So it'll be a challenge. Lights are on. It's great to be back here. Red ball cricket. Hands in pockets, it looks a bit chilly. Rain forecast at 4 o'clock. Crawley with bat in hand. Perfect.
I've been here for 2 days and the sun has been beating down. You rock up and it's absolutely Baltic. Anyway, it'll be a challenging time, you would think, for the openers with these conditions and that brand new Duke's ball. Let's head upstairs and join Mark Butcher, who's with Michael Atherton.
Thank you, Wardy. And yeah, good to be back here at Old Trafford. It's a little gloomy. The lights are on right now, a kind of cool, overcast day, and both these teams approaching their 4th championship fixture. It's the 5th round of fixtures, which is remarkable when you think we're only just about into May, but thankfully we've got this round with the Duke's ball, which may make the cricket a little more watchable and the balance between bat and ball a little more acceptable. Here's Tom Bailey to Ben Compton with a little bit of gentle swing early on. Good afternoon. Good morning, Butch.
Morning, Michael. Been cracking the flags up here in the northwest the last couple of days. I was over in Liverpool, Southport. Up to 24 degrees yesterday. And in the afternoons I came into Manchester. But this morning, reverted to type a little bit. Grey skies, and seamers looking to enjoy it.
Yeah, slate grey skies, slate grey pitch, really. Often get that kind of grey coloured soil here at Old Trafford. That's encouraged Lancashire to play both their spinners, Nathan Lyon and Tom Hartley. I had the honour of giving Tom Hartley his Lancashire cap this morning.
He had no idea. I bumped into him out there. He said, you ruined the surprise.
Well, I slightly let the cat out of the bag. I thought they might have told him he was getting his cap, given that there was a big presentation to be made. But it's interesting that he gets it after his England cap. It's happened to 1 or 2 players. I think it might have happened to me as well, that I got my Lancashire cap a little bit after my England cap. Still, good morning for Tom Hartley. And interesting decision at the toss, given Lancashire are playing both their spinners. And it looks a grassless surface, but they've opted to bowl first.
Yes, Keaton Jennings, prior to the toss, was in that horrible position as a captain where you're really hoping, actually, that you lose it and let the other guy make a decision. He had to feed in a lot of data into that decision around the weather and whether the game might get shortened. Knows that it's very difficult to take 20 wickets, here at Old Trafford. So he figured perhaps his best chance if the game got shortened was to bat once, and that being the first innings, or his first innings of the game. Need to get a bit of luck to knock over Kent for a score around. He said it's not a 200 all-out pitch by any means, but sometimes you get lucky. You might knock him over for 250, and then look to bat the once and allow your spinners then to go to work in innings 3 of the match.
A fairly gentle maiden from Tom Bailey to start with. All the players wearing black armbands, of course, after the tragic and shocking news about Worcestershire's Josh Baker yesterday. And all the umpires, both sets of players, wearing black armbands to commemorate him.
Yeah, brought back some horrible memories hearing that news yesterday. Been in dressing rooms where teammates have passed away unexpectedly. It's an awful place to be. Awful place to be for his family and friends, obviously. But it puts a real pall over the cricket club as well. And our thoughts are with them all.
Will Williams it will be from the old pavilion end, the James Anderson end. And Zach Crawley, who played so brilliantly here in the Ashes last year against Australia, a quite stunning 100 that he made on that occasion. So it's always a good feeling to come back to a ground where you've done well recently. And he's only played one championship game so far, has Zach, and without any runs really. I think he's averaging 4.5 coming into this game, so it's usually a good place to come when you need a few runs. Old Trafford tend to get a good surface to play your strokes on.
Just a little bit of early movement back in. It was an excellent first offering from Williams. On an excellent length. Ball challenging the top of off stump after it nipped back.
And there we go, Crawley getting away not with a trademark first ball 4, but with a second ball 4 and a nice shot through the offside.
Just a bit shorter this time. Crawley batting well out of his crease. The slow nature of the pitch and the gentle nature of the bowling. And nailed it with a straight bat just in front of point.
Looking to hit that straight through mid-on, and movement into the bat just took a thickish inside edge down to wide fine leg.
Yeah, just a small amount of movement there. 2 deliveries out of the 3. Just nipped back slightly into the right-hander from Williams. Obviously a lot of talk about matches early in April, pitches, the Kookaburra ball, etc. Literally rained since Christmas, hasn't it? I mean, it's extraordinary to think we're already, as you say, into the sort of 5th round, although it's the 4th game for these 2 teams of Championship cricket. We're just inside May. And the poor old groundsmen are trying to make something hard and true and fast out of what must have been like plasticine at the beginning of the summer. As much the reason for the lack of wins and the lack of wickets around the place as the ball used. Freezing cold, soft surfaces, very, very difficult to blast teams out in those conditions.
Yeah, the cricket that I've watched, just a lot of pudding pitches and some pretty unwatchable cricket really, because the only thing I think that makes first-class cricket watchable over the period is when pitches deteriorate, when conditions change, and when there's a decent balance between bat and ball. And if that doesn't exist, it can be pretty dull, and that's been the case for a lot of games that I've seen at the start of the season. Very, very few results. There have been 1 or 2 other changes as well, points for the draw and the Kookaburra at the start of the year. Teams can use a hybrid pitch now as well. I saw Bristol tried a hybrid pitch in their last round of games, and actually it seemed to help the ball carry through, and they've got quite a pacey attack by county standards. But we're back with the Dukes for this round. That tends to provide a decent balance at the start of the season.
Paul Pollard is having a job removing some of the Lancashire members who have parked themselves right behind the bowler's arm in front of the sight screen, hence a delay.
Well, they're not a cheery lot at the best of times, Lancashire members, so maybe even more disgruntled being asked to move. I can say that,
Yeah,
but you can't.
We're only 8 minutes into it.
They were being briefed this morning, actually, an hour before play. Lancashire's CEO, finance director and one or two others were briefing around about 80 to 100 members around the plans for the financial injection to come through the 100. So the members were being brought up to speed by the officers of the club and given a chance to ask questions.
Extraordinary delay. Williams is actually bowling around the wicket. There are no fans sitting in front of the sight screen. They're providing cover from around the wicket.
What he can do from around the wicket is take the ball away. That's why they've still got those 3 slips and a fine gully in place. He's very adept, Will Williams, at coming round the wicket to the left-handers and just getting it to hold up in the air and off the seam.
Williams overstepping. It's probably a big old mark there. You can see the dark patches where the bowler's feet are landing on the ground. That gives you an indication that there is still moisture, still softness under the surface here.
Well, he wasn't happy about that no ball call. You could see Will Williams chuntering away there as he walked back to his mark. Seven for none from 2. So it's a bottom of the table clash. Lancashire rooted to the bottom, Kent just above them. Those are the teams ahead of us. So a return for Matt Parkinson to Old Trafford. He's gone down to the south coast, so a bit of spin there. Gilchrist back, Wes Agar to provide some pace. Joey Everson, the all-rounder, and then the top order, Compton, Crawley, Bell Drummond. Well, Compton and Bell Drummond have been in decent touch. Crawley, obviously, a test match player, so you'd expect runs at the top there for Kent. And Lancashire, very spin-based attack with Lyon and Tom Hartley together.
Just a little bit of curve through the air there from Bailey. Yeah, Keaton Jennings was also at the toss talking about, as was Luke Wells actually, talking about the hope that this pitch will offer some turn. I see that very much as their best way of being able to take 20 wickets in the match.
Beauty. A bit of movement and a bit of bounce as well. And if you can get that just a yard fuller, he may well be in business.
Yeah. Previous ball just arced away gently. This one starts off a little bit straighter. Crawley played it well, actually. Just played the line, held the line, didn't follow it, didn't flinch at it. But encouragement there for Bailey.
Yeah, you were talking about turn. There are two used pitches away to the right of where we're looking at the new pavilion end. And I was watching Nathan Lyon bowl on one of those used pitches this morning. And he was turning the ball really sharply and getting a lot of bounce. And that's usually the characteristic that you'll get here at Old Trafford. If you get on a pitch that spins a little bit because of the hardness of the surface, you know it's going to bounce as well. And Lyon with that overspin was really getting it to kick.
Yeah, Ben Compton fresh off 165 against Essex. Patient player, lines the ball up really well. Lets the bowlers come to him.
Eight for none, 3 gone. So we've had 3 overs so far, just a little bit of swing in the air for Tom Bailey and Will Williams. Pitch looks decent, you would say. Compton yet to score. Crawley 1 boundary through the offside. Still people moving behind the bowler's arm, and therefore we are not hurrying through these overs. The members have been shepherded away to the right. Ground where you captained England for the one and only time, wasn't it, from memory?
Certainly was, yeah. 1999.
They saw enough after one game, did they?
Well, I mean, Nasser had broken a poppadom finger at Lord's in the game before. You didn't want to do it. You'd just given it up. Yeah, and a bowling attack of Headley, Caddick, Tufnell and Such. Man,
and you were the third seamer,
I was the third seamer. The man I wanted to play in the team is actually here as a coach for Kent at the moment, Craig White. Those are the days when you couldn't pull. Well, I mean, they didn't want to pull.
You'll be
somebody
very
out of the
upset.
championship game.
He's coaching Lancashire, not Kent.
Oh, sorry, it's on the wrong side of the field. And I was refused that request. I think New Zealand got 540 or something. Fortunately, it rained. Unbeaten as captain.
No, it's too high. It's an interesting field change. Already, Lancashire have put a deep point in place for Zach Crawley, who's thumped 1 boundary through the offside. There's never much in this appeal. It was, judging by the length of the ball, you're always going to go over the top the stumps here at Old Trafford from that length, but they're clearly going to try and hang the ball outside Crawley's off stump because they've kept the 3 slips in place. They've got a catcher at short extra cover and a deep point, so they're going to hang it out there, test Zach Crawley's patience and encourage him to have a go outside the off stump, just like that. And that's why that man is out there, because they know Crawley's a boundary hitter. But it's unusual, 15 minutes into play, when you've shoved a side in, to be operating with a deep point.
I mean, I don't mind the tactic of bowling it out there. I'd be inclined perhaps just to sort of pack the cover and gully area with guys not quite on the one, but sort of, you know, make an umbrella of fielders there for a miscued hard drive like that one. Huge gap at point and gully, so even if Zach Crawley skims it in the air, he's not got any chance of being dismissed. It's been quite a heavy diet of T20 cricket around the world and on the box for the last, well, pretty much since January. The England tour broke that up in India. Quite nice to watch a bit of sedately paced batters leaving the odd one.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of chat, hasn't there, about the scoring rates in the IPL in particular this year, on the back of all the obvious trends, the bigger bats, smaller boundaries, power-packed batters, but also the impact player rule, the substitution rule, which has had an impact upon scoring rates and scoring aggregates. But for those who would prefer to see first-class cricket, of course, all the county games are streamed. Every county game is screened, so there is that opportunity. There's the contrast of the T20 stuff, but also every county game to watch as well. And given some of the temperatures that we've seen at the start of the year, I think many members have chosen the option of just sitting at home and watching the stream rather than bracing temperatures at the ground. The forecast is for it to warm up a little bit as we get into next week, and not before time. Mentioned the spin-based nature of Lancashire's attack as well, and Luke Wells will bowl some leg spin here, which is always handy given the bounce that we talked about a short while ago. So they've got every base covered as far as spin is concerned: off spin, left arm spin, leg spin.
You can see Bailey just striving to get the ball up there, trying to make it swing, try to draw Zach Crawley forward. Couple of deliveries have just kicked and gone past the outside edge. But by and large, it looks very, very easy paced at the moment. It might be sooner rather than later that we see a bit of spin, despite the overcast conditions.
Well, when he hits them, they stay hit. Is a beautiful timer of the ball is Zach Crawley when he's flowing, and that's his second boundary of the morning.
Yeah, balances look good. Left the ball well when it has left the bat. You get into that sort of area at him when the head is coming straight down the pitch, he absolutely murders it through mid-wicket. Few players hit the ball as hard as that Crawley.
$15 for none.
What was it Shane used to say? If it seems, it spins. Or, just because you've got a sort of slightly dampish surface, it doesn't mean that the spinners are completely out of the game. Another couple of overs a seam just to give these new ball bowlers a chance.
Yeah, often used to be the case. I'm talking a long time ago, obviously, when I played here, that the ball would spin on day one, and inevitably you'd think, well, it's going to spin more and more as the game goes on, but that sometimes wouldn't happen. It'd be off the damp, as you say, and then it would go flat for a day or two and then spin again at the back end of the game. There's that curious grip that Compton has with his hands slightly apart on the bat. And right now, we won't be thinking about that. We've just been thinking about that first run.
Yeah, that is a long old naught, isn't it? 20 deliveries now for Compton. Lancashire building up plenty of pressure on him. Bohannon reminding him of the fact, no doubt, that he's still to get off the mark. Faf du Plessis, another, he played a lot of international cricket very successfully with that split grip. He played here at Lancashire.
How many did Zach get here last year? 186 or 9, was it? What did Zach get? 189? And gets off the mark at last, and it was a nice ball to get when you're just 20 balls on naught and eager to get your account underway. This was very short, very wide and clattered. Better line to finish the over. 19 for none. Crawley 11, and coming back to the ground where he played quite magnificently last year in the Ashes. 189 off just 182 balls, and played an array of absolutely glorious shots. One that I remember in particular over wide, long on for 6 straight down the ground was absolutely fantastic. But he played beautifully. Amongst his very best innings. That was the one. That was the one that stuck in the mind.
He's grown, hasn't he, in confidence and stature in the last couple of seasons. He's among England's best players on the failed tour of India just recently as well. He's certainly repaid the faith that McCullum and Stokes had in him through the lean times, of which there were plenty at the beginning.
So your winter, Butch, you were in South Africa and Pakistan, were you, for a couple of the T20 leagues that you were talking about?
Yeah, SA 20 was a lot of fun, really good tournament. PSL have been the last 3, maybe 4 seasons now. Amazing how many of you turn up to the next gig and the same players turn up. Same players, yeah.
From tournament to tournament. Same players creaming it around. Avalanche of sixes.
About yourself, writing for the paper, but yeah, where have you been?
India. I did World Cup prior to Christmas, the Test series after Christmas, which was an interesting Test series actually. England had their moments, had their chances, didn't take them, and got punished as a result. Very hard place to win, of course. But it's not quite as one-sided, I didn't feel, as the scoreline perhaps suggested it was.
I wonder if England actually done the game of cricket in India a bit of a favour by beating them on the pitch, the one pitch that really turned, that was prepared to crumble and to spin from ball one. India then reverted to playing slightly more traditional cricket. Yes, they still have their spinners. Batters were able to make runs, and they won it that way round rather than the games being over in 2.5 days. And it was good to watch. I enjoyed watching them play.
Good ball to finish and passing the bat. Not many have beaten the bat this morning, but that one did. 20 for none, 7 gone.
Under slate grey skies and the floodlights illuminating Old Trafford as best they can. We've had 7 overs and Kent have moved to 20 without loss, and sadly and unfortunately we've got another delay with spectators sitting in the James Anderson end just behind the bowler's arm. But Crawley is ready and waiting now with 3 slips behind him, and the keeper, he's on 12 and Compton is on 4. Just in that previous over, a couple of deliveries swung a little bit. You wonder if perhaps the lacquer is just starting to come off, and Lancashire will do their utmost to try and get a nice shine on the ball. Short extra cover has come in. Straight back from Crawley. Morning, Nas.
Morning, Ian. Played pretty much how we thought before play. It was a bit of a surprise with the toss. Generally at Old Trafford you'd win the toss on a dry pitch and bat. There was a bit of dampness. Mark Butcher mentioned the footholds. You can see are slightly darker. And with the cloud cover and the lights on, haven't quite got their line right. The left-hand, right-hand combination has just thrown Williams in particular. Bailey has been a bit more accurate on line.
Lancashire channeling their inner Pat Cummins with a deep backward point.
Yeah, and that's the other thing we mentioned, the difference between these two batters and their style. Compton 4 from 29, Crawley 13 from 17. Left hand, right hand, one very tall man that tries to put the pressure back on the bowlers, and the other one a bit more old school. Compton a bit shorter, trying to soak up pressure.
Quite interesting, we're watching the early skirmishes here, looking at Compton. No real trigger. Neither batter, you made the point about Crawley, he doesn't really trigger either. Compton's more just a little squat.
Yeah. Rob Key, who obviously worked a lot with Crawley, he's not a big fan of triggers. He thinks they're overrated, to be honest. But both these batters just keep pretty much still with their feet. Right across on off stump. You'll know that as a left-hander, Ian. When the bowler goes round the wicket, they like to get across onto off stump. Just gives you a guideline where your off stump is, and anything outside your eye line you can let go.
Bit of swing, mainly after it had passed the bat. 21 without loss. Splattering of supporters in the pavilion, but lots of kids from the Lancashire Foundation have been bussed in today, and they're having a great time. That big stand, the temporary stand that is in place for test matches and that area used for concerts, etc. here at Emirates Old Trafford, has been dismantled, so there's plenty of room for a bit of tape ball cricket.
Yeah, Crossy was here as well, Kate Cross, wasn't she? We were doing the build-up down there. She
Niece
came
is
over.
there or something,
yeah.
I think, yeah.
She said she's just come back from a team-building exercise in the Lake District.
She was full of praise for it.
Wonder if she bumped into Atherton. Atherton's been doing the coast-to-coast walk, hasn't he? And he got a third of the way across. Refused to go into Yorkshire. And then came here and just criticised the Lancashire members within 2 overs of play.
Yeah, but he's been inducted into the Hall of Fame or something. He's allowed to make these comments now. Bit of movement back into Crawley. I was very jealous of Kate's Lancashire puffer jacket whilst we were stood there waiting to come on.
Yeah, she looked warm. We had hands in pockets. I've underclubbed, definitely, for Old Trafford. I do it every time. It was warm up here the last couple of days. You've been interviewing Nathan Lyon for a masterclass. How did that go?
We were about the weather. It was absolutely spectacular the last couple of days. And I was afforded a day with Nathan. And he was brilliant to talk to. An absolute badger of a cricket lover. And so we mic'd him up in the morning, and whilst he was going through his net session, he had a youngster there that he was just keeping an eye on. Tom Hartley came over and having a chat, so we got a little bit of interaction there about what he was trying to do. Sat down with me in the long room for an hour for a sit-down interview, then we came back out and did about 45 minutes as he just went through some basic stuff for kids and some of the more high-end stuff that he puts into his game. Good single. Talking about when he or Hartley might be thrown the ball and brought into the attack. It might depend a little bit on the state of the ball as much as anything, because we were having a conversation about the difference between the kookaburra, which Nathan would have used all of his career in Australia, And the Duke's ball, and the Duke's, he says, is very slippery. You know, Warney used to say, didn't he, when he came to Hampshire, he found it very difficult to grip when the lacquer was on. That's why he sort of ended up developing the one out the front of the hand, a bit of a slider, because he couldn't get the purchase on it. I think Nathan's have a similar opinion. Nice push down the ground, simple from Compton, only bring him a single, but looks an extremely well organised left-handed batter.
See the wickets, or we just get to speed?
23 without loss. Now I'm going to take you down to Taunton, where the co-leaders, your boys, Nas, Essex, at the top of the table with Surrey, are under a bit of pressure. Davey has one, Craig Overton 2 wickets. 30 for 3, looks a bit green down in the West Country.
Have they lost their lawnmower or something down at Taunton? 30 for 3, usually turns down there, but they've left some grass on. Who's out? Brown, who got a big 100 against Durham in the last round, the county championship, coming back into the side. He went for 9, Elgar for 5, and Cox, who's made his move from Kent to Essex, where he went to school in Essex, actually, Felsted School. Jordan Cox, he's gone for 7. So the mighty Essex struggling, 30 for 3.
Elgar's a good signing, isn't he?
Well, yeah, Cox and Elgar. Obviously, they had to replace a very fine player in Alistair Cook, and also Dan Lawrence has gone over to Surrey. So they had to replace those 2 key England internationals, and they've gone with Jordan Cox in the middle order and Elgar to open the batting.
First change in the attack from the James Anderson end. It's still the same slip catching setup with 3 slips and a fine gully. Mentioned Dan Lawrence, he's done quite a bit of bowling since his move to the Oval. Probably more due to the first 2 rounds being with the Cooker ball. Got problems again behind the bowler's arm.
I don't know what this one is. I don't think this is a member. It's something that he's not happy with Compton.
Is it the light that is behind, you can see coming through the sight screen, that is placed in front of the balcony? Oh no, it's the tape. Blimey.
Who've been the worst, do you think?
Paul Nixon
was
terrible.
Right. Sachin Tendulkar didn't like anything back there at all. What's he not happy with? Everything.
Should we just move the pavilion out the way? You couldn't see that far anyway, could you?
I was a little bit like that, I have to be honest. Anything caught your eye behind the bowler's arm.
Mark Butcher was praising Zach Crawley a little earlier when he was beaten on the outside edge by a beauty that left him and he didn't follow the ball. Just on occasions it looks to me like Compton's hands want to go with that movement. Now that was something Duncan Fletcher was big on not doing back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, just trying to hold your line, don't curtain rail it as they used to call it. Just hold the line, and if you nick it, you nick it, but the best way of nicking it is to follow it as it seems. That's where Marcus was very good, Marcus Trescothick. Generally just held the line. Often Kent players of my era, likes of Taylor, Neil Taylor, used to just play the Kent leave, didn't they, where they were looking like they were playing the ball and actually they were leaving it, but they'd held their bat there.
Well, they squared up on that occasion. I mentioned Compton standing on off stump when the bowling is around the wicket. It's absolutely something I should have done more of. It was only the latter part of my career I started doing it, after McGrath had me on toast, just to, as you say, get that better idea with the angle of where off stump is to leave it. A couple of years ago, though, it's a good leave. A couple of years ago, we were all commenting on people like Ollie Pope, who was standing a long way across the stumps.
Yeah, and they would argue, what's the difference, really? And Mark Butcher was very strong on that, standing on off stump. He didn't like it. Thorpe used to do it all the time. He was at the other end. He'd often just change guard round the wicket, get onto off stump. Butcher's chuntering away at the back of the box, as he often does. .25 without loss after 10. Compton has 7 off 39. Crawley 14 not out from 22. 25 without loss. Oh, and it could have been 25 for 1. That was a beauty. I was talking to Tom Bailey the other day, actually, about the balls, and he was saying even the Dukes, which are more robust, shall we say, than the Kookaburras, here at Old Trafford, they can scuff up pretty quickly. He bowled a spell in the nets, which were on the square away to our right as we're looking across Old Trafford. Brand new ball, it swung and nipped and bounced. 10 minutes later, it was doing absolutely nothing for him. Well, Wasim Akram didn't choose Old Trafford for any other, not for the weather, let's put it that way. This ground, it gets abrasive. I faced him here when the pitch was the other way round, and he was reversing it round corners within 15 overs. Ball gets scuffed up. That's why traditionally it's been such a good cricket ground, actually, because there's bounce for the spinners. Shane loved bowling here. Murali played here, loved it here for that bounce. Batters enjoy it. We've just seen the highlights of Crawley's 189 last year. The likes of Michael Vaughan and Joe Root love batting here. Stroke players and the quicker bowlers get it through. It's a very fine cricket ground.
Happy hunting ground for you? Oh, doesn't beat point. Nice shot and excellently fielded. Luke Wells is stationed at backward point. I wonder if he and indeed Keaton Jennings at the moment are saying, perhaps I would have quite liked to have had a bat on this pitch. Well, it's well bowled and an example of being exactly what Mark Butcher was talking about earlier. Crawley not following that ball.
Yeah, just watch Crawley's bat here, and he just holds the line there, doesn't go away. Some batters would follow it, as it seems, and nick it. Crawley does well. Excellent bowling from Bailey, maybe a fraction fuller.
27 without loss. So from domestic cricket to women and men's international cricket, some white ball cricket to be played between England and Pakistan. The women mirroring what the men are doing in terms of the opposition. Saturday, May the 11th, Heather Knight will lead her side against the Pakistani women at 2 o'clock. And then all things being well, Joss Butler will lead England against Pakistan's men at 6 o'clock on Wednesday, May the 22nd.
Yeah, both men and women building up to T20 World Cups. Women have one in October in Bangladesh, and England obviously have one coming up in June. What did you make of that squad that England announced?
I listened to your excellent podcast with Michael Atherton, and I agreed with you. No real surprises. Very pleased that Jofra Archer is back in the frame. Nice blend of experience and a little bit of freshness with Will Jacks. And England have got some very powerful batsmen in that squad. Watching the IPL, it's all about power hitting, as Athers was discussing earlier. There's some reasons for that with impact players and all of that sort of stuff, but I think it will be about power batting. But it'll be very interesting to see what the pitches are like. I think spin will be a big part. India have named 4, haven't they? But I very much agree with you. I mean, it's anyone's to win, really. There are some fantastic sides around, and the nature of T20 cricket. Woke's a little unlucky, maybe.
Yeah, it's whether you went. I mean, some are arguing it's between him and Jordan. I'd say maybe whether they've got an extra batter in there. Do they need all those batters? Batting looks strong, bowling looks a little bit vulnerable. Vulnerable as in it's a difficult gig for bowlers, but also there's some niggles in that bowling attack. Obviously, Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Topley. So whether you just needed a bit more cover with the ball, but you look at all the squads New Zealand picked, and it was like we were having dinner last night. It's just like a New Zealand squad from a decade ago. They just picked the same players year in, year out. Very good players.
Apart from Ratchin, really.
Yeah.
Lovely delivery. So England's group schedule for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup starts in Barbados with a couple of games, one against Scotland on the 4th, Australia on the 8th, and then off to Antigua for Oman and Namibia. And again, very good. Very good from George Balderson. 29 without loss. Well, there you go, Ness. As you seem, as you were talking about, Jofra back on the mend, we hope. Chris Jordan, Topley and Wood. Spinners Hartley and Adil Rashid. What a few months Tom Hartley has had. Left-handers, lack of. What you got, obviously, is Duckett in there, but you do have Moeen Ali and Sam Curran afloat if needed. Do you see that as an option? The problem is everyone wants to bat in the top 2, really, or 3, don't they?
It's the 4 as well. You know, Johnny Bairstow at 4. He hasn't batted a lot at 4 in T20 cricket. He's often at the top of the order. So if I'd like Brook at 4. I think Harry Brook is the absolute future, but I think Bairstow might bat at 4.
India looks strong. as you would always say, going into a world event. Can they deliver?
Yeah, I'm pleased they picked Sanju Samson. I think he's a real talented, high-quality striker of a ball. I think that was an excellent selection. A lot of debate about their squad, as there often is.
Bailey round the wicket to Compton. Just trying to take the ball away from the left-hander. Just for that T20 World Cup, of course, games in America. So that temporary stadium is well along the way to being completed and looking good, and you'll be swanning around Dallas and New York and places.
Dallas.
Go and see JR and swell them. You got to commentate in a Stetson or something like that.
I didn't have that on my summer bingo. First game, Dallas. Don't think I've ever been away in an English summer, ever. So, looking forward to it. Nice little holiday in America and the Caribbean. Could he go a bit fuller? Just as the time the ball seems it goes past the edge, and he did just follow it a bit there, Compton. But good pressure building in the last 4 or 5 overs, I'd say.
Well, if he's confident in holding his line, you could probably dispense from mid-wicket and give yourself enough the fielder on the offside in case he does want to go that little bit fuller. And that affords some more protection for the drive on the offside. Sort of a ducket flip. 31 without loss. A few thousand children in today at Emirates Old Trafford, part of the Lancashire Foundation. Having a great time over there, making a racket, which is good. Keaton Jennings be fretting a little bit, coming towards the first hour of play. No wickets, having won the toss and bowled.
Yeah, I mean, he did say to Mark Butcher, the toss, he doesn't think it was a 200 all-out pitch. That's not why he stuck him in, but he felt it would do a bit, and it's done a bit. No more than that.
Well, that'll bounce away over the 2 practice wickets. Won't go all the way to the fence, but a compact little flick from Compton gets him 3. Good to see a cable knit sweater. I suppose those modern ones that became vogue for a while. Still got your Essex cable knit moth-eaten number
like
somewhere.
A horse blanket, that was.
Horse blanket.
When it got wet, I mean, you could not move, and it went down to your knees. You couldn't get a good fitting one. It was. You dream all your life about getting an Essex jumper, and then they hand you this sort of horse blanket-y thing.
Which you wear like a skirt. Shot. Oh, he's sort of run on the shot, and he was, I think, really struggling, Zach Crawley. Had that been a direct hit, it wasn't.
Yeah, he thought, like you, that he'd nailed it past mid-on, when in fact he'd plinked it a bit. And that sweater of his that we've been talking about has gathered some dust, and this is why. Because he was in trouble here. I reckon a direct hit, even with the dive. He's concerned now. He may have been, can't see the ball in there, but he was struggling in a shake of the head.
Not sure of the shake of the head or try to clear the dust out of his eyes from nearly face planting. Oh, I just fiddled again. It's just where those hands follow the ball.
Good cricket. Last 20 minutes or so. They've got their lines right. Left-hand, right-hand combination. They've built some pressure. Not been too many freebies. And they've just gone past the bat. Once and over. I think Balderson's added to the attack. I thought Williams was a bit both sides of the wicket. He's got control on line.
And they're desperately working hard on the ball to try and get that shine. Lots of hands in pockets from the fielders and hand warmers. .35 without loss. Nathan Lyon is back on the field. Probably popped off to put another couple of layers on. Sun was beating down the other day. He wasn't particularly warm then. Will Williams will change ends. So Keaton Jennings is rotating the seamers. No sign of Lyon or Hartley been given the nod to get loose, so the two spinners having a chat out there. So 3 slips, fine leg, deep backward point. Somerset have another wicket at Taunton. 4 down, your Essex boys, Nurse.
Yeah, I think Critchley just got out to Lewis Gregory. It's good on these county feeds. We have a monitor just to have a look all around the country. There's not play all around the country, but yeah, Critchley's just nicked off to Lewis Gregory. 45 for 4.
Visually, as we mentioned earlier, not the historical Taunton Road. Here we go. Tinge of green. And a good catch. we've got 2 monitors here with about 5 different games. I was unsure which one to be looking at just then. They were doing a replay of the wicket down at Taunton on one of them. Gentle swing and a fuller length, so Williams is trying to drag Compton forward. Times you could argue Bailey was a little short. A very good start to this second spell for Williams. .36 without loss.
Well, just to tick over the first hour of play here at Old Trafford. Just a reminder that Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings won the toss and inserted Kent on what looked to be a pretty good batting surface. 2 spinners in his side, Hartley and Lyon, 2 international spinners. Not seen either of them yet. 36 without loss is the score. George Balderson from the James Anderson end. He's one of 3 right-arm seamers. Medium fast seamers, you'd call them, I suppose, in old money. Managed to extract a tiny little bit of sideways movement through the air and off the pitch, but haven't looked particularly threatening. Good afternoon, Michael Atherton.
Afternoon, Butch. Yeah, George Balderson, who's a young all-rounder. They think he's highly promising here at Old Trafford, and he was certainly with the Lions before Christmas. Was he with them in India after Christmas? Not sure, but he's had some Lions experience, so that's a measure of perhaps the promise that he shows at just 23 years of age. He was with Josh Bohannon. Keaton Jennings was on the Lions tour to India, not the pre-Christmas camp. Bohannon was on that camp as well. Of course, missing lots of players who would be in this team who are on IPL duty.
Yeah, Lancashire aren't going to see a great deal of Salt and Butler, Livingston. Luke Wood, of course, who's also mentioned in notices as far as further England and T20 appearances are concerned. Put up a good showing in the PSL recently, Luke Wood.
Quite a flat trajectory, George bowls, and he's not the tallest, and then he has quite a long delivery stride, which means that he delivers not necessarily from a very high point, so his trajectory is quite flat. Means he's got less margin for error on length.
Gets himself rather tucked up around sort of middle and leg stump, does Ben Compton. Not quite as fluid in that area as some left-handers. Rather gets the legs and the body in the way of his hands, so he has to play around that front pad. And they brought that short leg in just in case he should get into a bit of a tangle and perhaps get an inside edge onto pad, or perhaps hit it straight off the face there.
Yeah, it's George Bell who's in that position, but he's a good 3 pitches back, so quite deep. 39 for none after 16.
Just get the feeling that the lights are starting to take more and more effect here. You can see the shadows coming off the players in 4 different directions. That star shape just tells you that it's getting gloomier. It certainly felt a little fresher outside as took a wander between stints. And we are expecting some rain perhaps around 2 o'clock. Nasser's beak tells us. Oh, he's now holding up 4 fingers. He's pushed it back to 4 o'clock. We might get to see some spin before then. Oh, nip back a long way, probably too much. Crawley trapped on the crease.
I think it did too much. Movement was sharp and it came from quite a wide angle on the crease anyway. Former Lancashire cricketer is stood at the bowler's end, but unmoved, young Bumble Lloyd.
Another one just nips back as well, and Zach Crawley, who'd looked incredibly definite in terms of his foot movement in the first half an hour or so of his innings, is just shuffling across a little bit, not moving backwards and forwards in the same way as he was in the beginning. Perhaps that's got something to do with the movement, could have something to do with the deteriorating light out there as well. Nip back again, and it's a huge shout from Williams. Crawley, I think, has got himself outside the line of off stump. But a testing period all of a sudden for the England and Kent opener. Just outside. Again, the stride wasn't there from Crawley. Would have been close. A lot of balls go over the stumps here at Old Trafford, though.
It's good bowling, genuine edge, but just not enough pace to make it carry to second slip. You'll notice that the umpires are wearing or carrying those small mobile cameras. They're called iHawk cameras, and that enables the vast majority of balls now in domestic first-class cricket. You get data from each delivery, that, for example, the speed of the bowler, the line, the length. For spinners, you can see, they can measure how much the ball turns. Particularly, they're taking note of the pace of the bowlers, which is something that I've never really been able to measure before. Measure it when we cover international cricket, because obviously we have Hawkeye cameras there and every ball is on the speed gun, but it's always been difficult from a domestic perspective for selectors to kind of get a sense of who's bowling quickly across the season. You see how speeds maybe deteriorate through the season as well as workloads increase, but it gives the selectors a very clear view now of who are the quickest bowlers in county cricket, and not many are above 85 miles an hour.
Well, Crawley is lucky to get away with that one. It's an excellent over from Williams, unrewarded. Crawley somehow made 6 runs against his name, but he knew very little about that.
He was in about 4 different minds, wasn't he? He was advancing with aggressive intent, but then wanted to leave the ball, and in the end ended up fencing at it. And the edge flew between the 2 slips, the second of those, and the fine gully. Just not sure whether to play or leave. And Williams slightly adjusting his line wider as Crawley advanced.
Yeah, legacy of the 3 deliveries earlier on in the over that all nipped back. So Crawley decided to try and get himself outside the line, get a bit closer to the bowler. And that change in line rather befuddled him.
Had an interesting thing a couple of weeks ago, Butch. I was here for a Lancashire Hall of Fame dinner, and I was staying in the club hotel to the right of the old pavilion, and was in a room with a view over the ground, and pushed back the curtains one morning, and who should be batting in the middle? Well, at first I thought it was Andrew Flintoff, because the similarities were uncanny. But I looked up at the scoreboard and it said R. Flintoff. He was only on about 5 at that stage, so I watched him for a little bit. And he got 50 that day, and then he got 100 after that. So tremendous start to the season in Lancashire's second 11 for young Rocky Flintoff, who, as I say, bears some uncanny resemblances to his father at the crease.
Got him. He's got him, finally. Found the edge of Compton's bat. He's been beaten many times outside the off stump. This time, it just takes a feather of an edge, and Lancashire have their first.
Yeah, good ball in tight to the stumps, just pushing it across Compton, who had to play on that line, and pushing forward takes a fine edge through to Matty Hurst, the wicket keeper. So Lancashire's first 45 for 1 are Kent.
Kent's captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, joined Zach Crawley in the middle. Was more than happy to have been put in on this pitch. Kent and Lancashire down at the bottom of the table in Division 1. Bell-Drummond, for his part, has 200s to his name in the summer. 107 against Somerset, 135 against Essex. So he's in good touch, but he's just walked in the middle of a testing spell from Balderson and Williams. Have just found a bit of movement, have found an excellent line and length. And Lancashire can sense a chance to make some breakthroughs.
Well, Mr. Left-hander next to me. This is, I suppose, a classic left-hander's dismissal, isn't it?
Yeah, just reached for it a little bit, didn't he? Just get the sense that his movements take him across towards extra cover quite often. He might look back at that. And think that he really didn't need to play it after all, as Bell Drummond gets away. And gets away with it as well through gully and slip. You just see that line there. The ball's never really challenging the stumps. Not playing a run-scoring stroke at it. Probably should have left it.
Well, that's the issue for Compton, because Balderson's natural shape is to come back at the left-hander. Indeed, as he bowled that ball there to Zach Crawley, which moved away from the right-hander. So as a left-hander, you're thinking that that's his natural delivery. It might come back at you a little bit, and probably forced him to play at one that was a little bit wider.
Well, just looking at the field to Bell Drummond, they've only got 2 slips in at the moment. That is now changing. I think that's a good call. Williams is in the middle of a good spell. You don't get too many chances to take multiple wickets here at Old Trafford. Best take advantage when the man's just new to the crease. Also looking like he wants to try and put bat to ball. Perhaps a legacy of the form he's in.
Oh, I mentioned the eye-hawk cameras that the umpires are wearing in the county cricket this year, as last, and that was the view from that eye-hawk camera of the wicket.
Bumble will be fine if there's any trouble out there. You've got your body-worn cameras for evidence. Don't know if he's got a flak jacket on as well.
Been in grand touch this year, Daniel Bell Drummond, and a lot of runs around the county game in the first month of the season for all the reasons we were chatting about earlier, but he's certainly one that has taken advantage so far.
Another terrific delivery. And here's a real illustration of the difference between a Kookaburra ball and a Duke ball. The Kookaburra, if it's going to do anything, will do it up to about 15, maybe 20 overs old for the seam bowlers before you then have to look elsewhere, either to high speed or to spin. The Duke quite often takes 15 overs to get warmed up. Close, but no cigar.
Yeah, we're in the 19th over, which is about the point at which perhaps the Kookaburra has started to lose its shine and whatever swing you might get from it when the ball is new, whereas here now the Dukes, the lacquer's gone off and the ball is actually starting to do a little bit more as we come into the second hour of the morning than it did in the first.
Yeah, and the consequence of that, and I think that part of the reason why this experiment has taken place, I'm not entirely sure that doing it in April is the right time, but that's another conversation, is that most other places around the world, the new ball is absolutely paramount, that your bowlers make best use of that. And then you have to turn to bowlers of a different stripe once that ball stops moving around. And therefore, you know, England's search to get more spin in the game, 48 for 1. England's search for getting more bowlers of high pace that might be able to reverse swing the ball to be effective with a Kookaburra outside of England. That's the premise behind wanting to do it. Now you can make all sorts of arguments that doing it in April was probably a bad call, and I would second that.
But also that you don't necessarily want uniform conditions around the world. One understands that you want to try and produce bowlers who can compete and take wickets in flatter conditions, different conditions. But English cricket has always been slightly apart in terms of...
Close. That's nipped back. And I don't think Crawley got himself outside the line, but Paul Pollard reckons he has.
Well, there was a close shout against Zach Crawley a couple of overs ago that was not dissimilar, actually, and we were trying to work out whether he's got himself outside the line. It was an impassioned appeal, wasn't it, from Balderson and the slips and the keeper, who were converging together as if in anticipation of a celebration, but it wasn't to be.
What an answer. Emphatic from Crawley. Drilled straight back down the ground.
But that's fine. Balderson should keep pushing it up on a full length here, because there is a bit of movement at the moment. Crawley will go for the drives. There's still 2 slips and a gully in place, and as we said, it's just starting to move around a little bit more for the seamers now. So Balderson shouldn't drag his length back just because he's been driven down the ground.
Well, Crawley's had enough of being pinned to the crease. Took a little skip down the pitch outside the line of off stump and then whipped it through the leg side for 4.
It's a terrific shot, isn't it? Just advancing a couple of steps on. I think he was trying to get it a little straighter, actually, almost more through straight mid-wicket than square leg. But a consequence is that the wicketkeeper, Hurst, has come up to the stumps. Balderson motioned him up to the stumps as soon as he saw Crawley advance.
Oh, ferocious strike. Crawley had to do all of the work there. Back of a length delivery. No real pace from the bowler or for the surface. So this is all Zach. Leapt into it. A lot of players would have played that with their weight more on the back foot. And Crawley is so tall that he can climb into deliveries of that length and hit them with a straight bat for 4.
Problems for the bowlers, because Crawley is a very good puller as well. If Balderson wants to try and drop one short, because he's just been smacked down the ground through mid-wicket and then through the covers. In fact, square leg has gone back now.
Well, didn't get all of it. Just over the head of mid-on. But Crawley has decided that the ball is doing a little bit, and his answer, as always, is to go on the aggressive.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Is it? I was thinking exactly the same, whether Crawley is just starting to accelerate because he's been at the crease now for an hour and a half and therefore he's feeling comfortable, or is he playing more aggressively because he feels that the threat has increased from the bowlers as the ball has started to move around a little more.
Well, relatively tame end to the over as he tickles one off the hip for a single. And Crawley has decided that it's time to flick the switch. And this was born out of movement, an LBW shout that he may have been lucky to survive. And the next 3 deliveries all went for 4. That one probably the best of the lot. Don't think I used proper English there, Michael. Can you help me? Going on the aggressive. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I thought, that's not right.
I just thought I'd be kindly and let it pass. rather than...
It's early days. If I'd done that in June, you'd have jumped all over me. Metaphorically, of course. Oh, got him, and he deserved that. Williams has really deserved that. Crawley got his feet stuck, wafted at a wide delivery that was leaving him. And that is just reward for the bowler.
Yeah, exactly right. He did get that front foot stuck. It was a little wider from Will Williams. It probably just went a little wider still as well in the air, and because Crawley then was a long way from it but committed to the shot, it brought the edge. 63 for 2, Crawley gone for 41.
Jack Leaning is the new man in at number 4 for Kent, and much like his captain, has found himself at the crease when Lancashire's bowlers are finding more movement than at any other time in the day so far. It's the end of Crawley, who you felt had had enough of being hit on the pad and beaten outside the off stump, and had decided to go very much into attack mode. But the bowler outthought him there. Ball's nipping back into the pads. He hung a couple out there wide, and Crawley couldn't help himself.
Brotherly love.
Just worth another look on the body-worn camera of young Bumble. Zach Crawley there just throwing his hands at the ball, the left foot getting stuck in the crease. And that's all credit to the bowler. Poor shot from Zach Crawley, no doubt, but Williams had set him up beautifully over the course of a couple of overs. Change in field again then. Luke Wells is doing a bit of directing traffic from point, in between trying to keep his hands warm. But one of the slips has now come out and is under the helmet at short leg. And Bell Drummond, he does get quite low on that forward defensive stroke, so short leg could be in play from a bat pad. He fielders have miscounted because they were running through for a change of overs, but there's one left. No, he's come a long way down and has probably got himself outside the line. It's the end of the over, 64 for 2.
Good even contest, isn't it, between bat and ball. Definitely in the last hour as the lacquer's come off, it's just done a bit more. Good control from the three seamers. Two new batters in as well.
It's like the morning session has come to life a little bit, hasn't it, with that movement. Fielders and bowlers have been working very hard on that Duke's ball to get a shine on it. That's brought movement. Gives them a far greater margin of error, which will give them a bit of confidence to get the ball a bit fuller. Crawley trying to counter-attack, which is his way.
There is that movement again. Two different types of openers. One you're going to have to get out, and that is Compton. Just tried to play the forward defence. The other in Crawley saw it moving around and said, I'm going to get some before you get me. And he hit a few boundaries, but then his foot got stuck, that front foot, and it was a waft.
I'm not going to criticise the plan from Crawley, it was just the execution, wasn't it? That is normally his area. His footwork up to that point had been very precise, actually. So used to seeing him thundering that through the cover region. Just looking at the body language of Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire captain, just looks a little bit more chipper. His bowlers are in it.
Leaning off the mark, and he'll come back for a couple with the misfield. He was charging on a few occasions, Crawley, trying to get down the pitch to the ball. On this time, he didn't just move that front foot. He has quite a wide base, and occasionally he doesn't go again with that front foot, and that's what he did there. Gets away with it. It was there to be clipped for 4. Half stop, they'll take the single.
Talk of use of the Dukes and the Kookaburra ball in this season's county championship. Back in the day it was Dukes and Readers, wasn't it? Did that ever happen in the county game, or was it just the test matches? Can you remember?
That's a very good question. It was a long time ago. Definitely in test matches they used to toss a coin to see which they would use, and Pakistan in particular would love the Readers because they reversed more. Oh, now gone. That has turned him round, and the in-form Bell Drummond has gone. The skipper's gone, and the last half hour has belonged to the bowlers.
Very good from George Balderson. Very good also from the keeper to come up and keep Bell Drummond planted in his crease, squared him up. Safe pair of hands at third slip. After a placid start for Lancashire, they are back in this big time. 67 for 3 now, Kent.
This lad is a dog. He's an all-round. So the key in the Cullen and Stokes is he wins it on the set. They take him to the lines. You're either a good cricketer or you're not. I think he is a good cricketer. He turned it into a mess and he needs to get the second slot out on his Do you know what, Reed, what was it? What was the opening partnership, Reed? 45 for 9.
45 for none has quickly turned to 67 for 3. And the experienced Joe Denley, who's seen it all, arrives at the crease on the back of those 3 quick wickets. Balderson has bowled beautifully. 7 overs, 2 for 32.
And how it's all changed since that lacquer came off the ball and the movement was given to and afforded the bowlers. Denley would have been sat in the dressing room very comfortably watching the opening hour or so. Now he's in the middle with leaning. He's only on 3 with the ball moving around.
Change of ends has worked for Williams as well. From the Jimmy Anderson end, he didn't have that control of line that he's now got from the media centre end. Or better known as the Brian Statham end.
The Brian Statham end has a bit more historical context to this wonderful cricket ground than the media centre end.
Sorry, Mr. Statham.
Been a terrific cricketer for a very long period of time. Mark Butcher was just saying off microphone, made his debut, Joe Denley, in 2004. 20 years of being a professional cricketer.
Yeah, 38 years of age now. Oh, big in-swinger. There's the sign of the swing that was lacking early on. There was a bit of seam, but they throw the ball to mid-off. He works on it on his jumper. And there is definitely more swing in the last half hour.
He's also just hit his straps from this end, doesn't he, Will Williams? For whatever reason, that can sometimes happen. A change of end can mean you just find something that gets you into rhythm. He's certainly in rhythm now.
Denley off the mark. He wants 2. No. Rightly sent back.
That's the one that Williams will be frustrated with himself. Big in swinger to start with. New batter at the crease. He's just giving him a little gift just to tuck into the leg side.
Good leave.
Oh dear, Nas. Eyes on Taunton again.
Yeah, another wicket down there. I saw also Joe Root put down Billy Root in the game that's going on. Joe was at slip and dived to his right and put his brother down. Jake Ball on that green top down at Taunton. Excellent catch.
It was a good catch, wasn't it? Because it was dipping.
The last catch.
Yeah, that last wicket, Thane, was caught low down by Craig Overton. So doing a bit there, doing less here for the seamers. Three slips, Gully. No ball.
So Joe dropped Billy, a dobber. You saw it, didn't you, somewhere on?
Yeah, well, it looked like the keeper's catch. Joe diving to his right to drop his brother. Quite a bit of rain down south, so quite a few games have been on, off, or generally off. Lucky here that the weather's okay till late afternoon, rain coming in. No, too high. Bounce that you get here at Old Trafford. You have to be very full at Old Trafford as a bowler to get an LBW because of the bounce.
And as this pitch firms up, you'll probably get just that bit more. Was mentioning he was staying in the hotel here at Old Trafford the other day and peeled back the curtains to see Rocky Flintoff batting. Well, his brother Corrie was here the other day bowling on the practice wickets away to our right, which are exceptionally hard. My goodness, he bowled a heavy ball or two, did young Corrie. Plenty of bounce in those practice pitches.
Rocky 16. Which innings are we showing? The first one, or 50 or 100 and second innings on?
Tom Hartley just getting loose at Gully. Two right-handers at the crease. Approaching lunch on day one. If it seems, it spins, the great man said, Shane Warne. So they may just have a look at Hartley before lunch. .72 for 3. Talking about Rocky Flintoff. Here he is smashing 100 in the second team a week or so ago. Certain shots like that one, very much in his dad mould. The position he got into, and that one as well. Clean striker of the ball, just 16 years of age. Runs like his dad as well.
Quite a challenge, isn't it, to allow someone like Rocky or Corrie or whoever, sons of former cricketers, to allow them to just grow at their own rate without that level of expectation, pressure and scrutiny on them. It's going to draw attention and comment, but it must be very, very difficult, both for the lads and for the parents as well.
Is it me, or does it seems to happen more in cricket, the family connection, really? Obviously, we've got Denley and Denley, with Kent Jaden not playing here, but you've obviously got Bairstow, Broad. You know, there's been so many over the years that I guess when you're being brought up on a cricket ground watching your dad play, And it's in the blood. Nature or nurture? Which is it? Doesn't carry. Played with soft hands.
Butcher, butcher, butcher. Back in the day. Probably does happen a bit more in cricket. That lad is obviously at Middlesex.
With a broken digit at the moment. Pop it on fingers, Josh De Carey's.
There's a bit in motorsport. Jos Verstappen, Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz and Carlos Sainz Jr. Charlie Woods and Tiger Woods have been following Tiger's footsteps, Charlie. You know your football?
Yeah, Haaland. Not as much in football. In cricket, definitely. But not just in cricket, father-son, but like brothers, like the Chappell brothers, the War brothers. I mean, it's hard enough getting one through to a county setup, getting one through to an international setup, but getting both your lads, you know, the War twins, getting them, Chappell brothers, etc. Marsh, it's just a family thing in cricket.
Overtons.
Yeah. Roots, as we've just been talking about, playing a game against each other today.
Related, these. We could so throw that in the bus. He's not here to punch us.
I think that'd be difficult though as a parent. You know, you've been there and you've been out playing international cricket, and then your lads are coming through behind you. The expectation on them now with social media and all the feeds from the counties and county second team games.
Yeah, and they probably cop a bit of stick. You can imagine all those lads growing up, you know, when they go out to bat or bowl or whatever, there'll be the odd comment about their dad. Have to just take it and move on. .72 for 3. Well, Hartley was getting loose, maybe a hint to his skipper, who's only 3 slips away at first slip. It may be the mandatory over before lunch for the left arm spinner. Plenty of school kids in. There's a couple of mascots around as well today. I saw Lanky earlier. Nice that they have that area to go and play. They've stopped play at the moment. Come to watch some cricket.
Bad light stop play. They haven't afforded the luxury of the floodlights over there. Nathan Lyon patrolling the boundary in front of where a load of those kids are sitting and watching. Don't think we'll see him in action before lunch, which is coming up in just under 10 minutes. You commentating on the mascot race for us? Channeling your inner Bumble?
No, we need Bumble for that. There's only one man who can do that. Hartley can't send any more messages to his skipper. Moved to point. He's warming up. He's getting his fingers loose. Come on, Skip. I've had a good month. Get me on. Good few months.
Amazing few months for him. Fantastic. He's off to the World T20.
Oh, gone. Full. We've called for that fuller length. And Balderson, who's been the pick of the bowlers, has gone fuller. And he's gone through leaning. And it's 72 for 4.
George Balderson has been excellent. Really, really good. Particularly once that ball just started to move and swing. And it's that length. Just slightly fuller. And it was a big booming drive, really, from leaning. It's cost him his wicket. First hour belonging to Kent. Second hour up to lunch belonging to Lancs.
Full delivery and a full booming drive as well from leaning straight through him. Top of the stumps. Excellent from Lancashire. Excellent from Balderson. It's 72 for 4. George Balderson with impressive figures of 9 overs, 3 for 35, reduced Kent 72 for 4. Harry Finch comes in at number 6, and Keaton Jennings will be feeling a lot more positive about that decision at the toss. 45 for none, bit concerned, 72 for 4. I think I called it right, just.
Absolutely now. Short leg goes in for Denley, 2 slips and a gully. It's got gloomy as well, Nass. If you look at the players as they're moving around, you can see the shadows from the floodlights here at Emirates Old Trafford. Handy conditions now to bowl with the overheads and the ball now with a shine on it.
That's the umpire's camera, just showing how it just was full enough to entice the drive. It's brave bowling. Coming down the pitch and just past short leg. Good anticipation from short leg. Went with Denley, but it went past him.
It's George Bell under the helmet, and as you say, he read that extremely well. Got his body shape in a good position to go with Denley. How close to him was that? There's that little step. Probably didn't carry. Probably didn't carry. He's quite deep there, actually.
He's almost there for that shot. Not so much the bat pad balloons up in the air. It's off the face of the bat. Wants another slip in. Yeah, attack just before lunch. 5 minutes to go to lunch. 3 slips a gully. Short leg.
It's just Just about to say he can go quite straight if he wants to attack the pads with that field, and he hangs one outside off stump.
Yeah, just on the verge of lunch. If you're a skipper, you're saying make him play every ball. Don't let him get to lunch by just leaving you outside the off stump. Make him play. Another catcher in, or does the bowler Williams want cover on the offside? He does. He wants a cover point.
You agree with that?
Maybe to keep him on strike.
Nearly had a Johnny Bairstow then, that's keeper shaping up to stump him.
Finch strolling out of his crease to do a bit of gardening.
To get down and ask Nathan Lyon what he thought, if that was out or not out again.
Keaton Jennings just telling his bowler Williams, try and get through this delivery. We want to get another one in before lunch. Bowl this one, rush round, get into position. It is a dot, and Lancashire hurry through the over to get another one in.
Always makes me laugh though, it's entirely up to the umpire. He can stroll in at whatever pace he wants. It's when he's ready and says we'll have one more. It's the right thing to do though from the fielders. They want one more. 5 wickets in. It's a good session from them already, winning the toss and deciding to bowl, particularly after the first 45 minutes or so they had. Been a terrific session for the home side. Can they put the cherry on top of the cake with number 5 just prior to lunch on day 1?
It's almost like they're giving Joe Denley a single here. They've got a deep point and a deep square leg. He's only got 3. Oh, now another big drive. I think that landed short and hit him on the wrist.
Well, I think you're right. Quite close. Yeah, sure. They sting in the temperature we have here today.
Denley happily takes the single on offer, and the field will now come in for the new batter Finch.
We'll do everything normally. I'll do the batting card, you do the bowling card, and then I think it's ready to go.
Finch off the mark.
Just got a little straight. Understandable. Balderson striving for his 4th and the team's 5th. He wants to keep the stumps and pads in play. And it's such a fine margin. Last ball before lunch.
A dot to finish an excellent session. A session of 2 halves. The first half belonged to the batters, with Compton and Crawley setting about their work nicely, but 45 for none has become 76 for 4
And George Balderson, the pick of the bowlers. Excellent session. Good even contest between bat and ball. It has seemed a bit. But the 4 wickets have gone. And here are those 4 wickets. Compton, who batted nicely, just trying to survive. And it found his outside edge. And this is when Lancashire started to just find their lines and their lengths.
So that broke the opening partnership of 45. Crawley had played well and had been looking to attack and counter-attack. And this one just wide, going wider, didn't move that front foot, got stuck, went through with a shot, but no balance at all. That was wicket number 2.
Drummond was turned round by a ball that just seamed away. The keeper was up, so he had to stay back. And the slip catching has been good. And the line and the length, excellent.
Jack Leaning aiming quite a big drive down the ground. Again, a bit of a mix-up with his feet, really. He was in no position to have a solid base. But again, the length from Balderson, just that bit fuller, and movement back in. Crashing into middle and leg. Very good from him. Very good from Lancashire in the last hour up to lunch.
Keaton Jennings won the toss and said, we will have a bowl. He saw the lights on. Saw the conditions, and that's the scorecard. Compton 13, Crawley 41, and then the 2 wickets of Drummond and Leaning in quick succession. The experienced Denley's there. There's still a bit of batting to come.
Only 3 bowlers used, and not the 2 spinners we felt might have a little go in that morning session. The pick of the bowlers, though, Balderson, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 38. So we pause for lunch here at Emirates Old Trafford on day 1 of this 4-day county championship game, and we'll be back, of course, for the live action as it resumes in the afternoon. But West Indies tour England this summer for some test match cricket. What we're going to do next is take you back to Lords in 2000.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now.
With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather,
Become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah.
The ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
Welcome to Canada Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
Alex, nice to see you. First things first, you love ice cream. Top 3 favourite flavours, hit me, come on.
Oh, I mean, easy. Mint chocolate chip,
Yeah?
raspberry ripple, vanilla.
How have you answered that so far?
But it's easy. I've
That's
not. Do you know what?
ridiculous.
I actually haven't had an ice cream for ages because I got spotted as the ice cream girl from the BBC, and
Yeah.
I was like, this cannot carry on. I
No,
can't
that
be
should be your
known.
thing.
I can't be known for just eating ice cream. So I've stopped eating ice cream now.
I just went to Italy and we had gelato every day, but if you say gelato, it makes you sound super pretentious.
Yeah, it does. It makes you sound posh, doesn't it?
Especially then when you have pistachio and elderberry.
Oh, stop.
Honestly, unbelievable. I was like, what should I have? They were like this. Also, they were like pumpkin seed.
No.
That's what I thought. Amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe only in Florence. Probably don't get it in like Warrington.
You've got to stick to what you know. You know
Yeah.
what's the strawberry chocolate vanilla? That one where you can
Done.
get it all in one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good start. How did you get into cricket?
So I played football with all the lads on my estate. So I was the only girl. There was
Okay.
probably about 6 or 7 lads. So we all played football. One Friday night, they were like, we're going to go to the cricket club. So I ran home. I was like, Mum, can I go and play cricket? She's like, no, you do everything. She's like, you do football, you do basketball, you do hockey, you do anything, everything, gymnastics, swimming. I was like, come on. She's like, no, not one more spot. I was like, the bar's open. Come on, Mum. She's like, right, come on, we're
That
going
was
up.
it, sold.
Not quite like that, but yeah. So we went up every Friday night, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So every Friday after school, I'd be up at the cricket club from as soon as we finished school right until I got told I had to go home because it was dark. Just loved it.
Now, I didn't Google you earlier. Definitely did. But you went to school in Clitheroe, is that right?
Yes.
So did you play at school as well as at home?
Yeah, so I played at school when all the girls in PE went to do netball. I was not very good at netball. I kept bouncing the ball, and they were like,
Like you
oh
were
my
playing
God.
basketball?
Yeah.
Wanted to be Jordan?
All the girls were like, oh my God, this girl's so annoying. So then I started playing cricket with the boys. So the girls would go and play netball, and I'd say to the teachers, can I play cricket? And they'd be like, well, yeah, fine.
When you started playing, was it immediate that you decided you were going to bowl left arm?
I guess.
Is that just a natural thing?
Yes, I've always been left-handed. But yeah, picked the ball up left-handed, obviously, but bowled seam. So
Okay.
started just bowling, I want to say, rapid.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't
Proper
that quick.
quick,
But always batted right-handed as well, so always been ambidextrous.
And you made your county debut super young. I think you were only 14.
Yeah.
How did that come about and how did you feel?
Do you know what? I've got no idea how I felt. I remember being really nervous.
Yeah.
And I remember my mum being there. And I remember her...
Where was it? Do you know?
Got no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I've got
Can't
no
remember.
idea. I remember being stood at fine leg, obviously.
Yeah.
And my mum standing next to me. I was that young that my mum's like stood there being like, are you okay? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I think so. She's like, you're going to do great. But it just came about because I played under 13s for Lancs girls.
Okay.
And then under 15s. And when I was 12 or 13, I was still playing in the under 15s team and under 17s. So just got picked for the first 11. And I think, on memory, I did get 2 for.
Did you?
Think.
No way.
Yeah, 2 for about 20, something like that. And just loved it.
Okay, so you started at 14 and then obviously you're playing and improving and then you make the decision when you were, what, 19, 20 to move, I guess, down to London and play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So Lancashire were in Division 2.
Yeah.
And everybody that played for England at the time played Div 1 cricket. So I thought, if I'm going to play cricket for England, I've got to take a bit of a leap of faith here and try and play Div 1 cricket. Not going to go to Yorkshire because it's Yorkshire, obviously. So I was like, I'm not going to there. I think Warwickshire already had an overseas. So it was literally pick a team out of a hat, any of the southern teams. So I was like, right, Middlesex, no one will know who I am, what I do.
That was it.
Yeah,
That'll
I was
do.
like, that one will do.
Yeah.
Just a fresh start. You know, nobody knows who I am. No one's got an opinion on what I do, that I'm rubbish with the bat or in the field. I can go and just be a new version of myself. So I travelled down twice a week for 4 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I loved my time playing for Middlesex. Like, if it wasn't for
me moving down there, I genuinely don't think I'd ever play cricket for England because
really?
I got to be a new version of myself and work hard, and actually travelling down for cricket made me really focused on cricket, and I obviously met some amazing friends, which I'm still friends with now, and I've kept in touch with them all, so yeah, wouldn't change it for the world.
Obviously, I've known you for 4 years or so, and your media kind of personality is you're pretty confident and outgoing and like a laugh, and you kind of say what you think, and people seemingly love that about you. Have you always been like that? When you went down to Middlesex at 19, 20, were you like that, or were you more reserved and in on yourself?
No, I've always been like that.
Really?
Literally always been like that. I'm very Marmite. Like, a lot of people hate me before they've met me because I'm quite boisterous and say what I think.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. I don't know where I've really got that from. My mum's a little bit like that, but I reckon it's not that I'm confident, because I'm actually not a very confident person. I just come across confident. It's just my personality. It's just who I am. I guess I've always been comfortable in myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So I go down and I'm like, "Hey, Alex the lad, Jack the lad from Manchester."
Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the tube.
Yeah, but yeah, literally always been the same. And on air, the first piece of advice I got given was be yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was
think
like,
it massively
oh, right.
comes across if someone isn't their authentic self or they're disingenuous about things.
Yeah, and I think
so. Eating ice cream is perfect.
Doing stupid things, talking into your ice cream. But no, so, be yourself on the radio, because otherwise you're going to sound stiff and, So, yeah.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in a minute, but you mentioned something earlier about playing for England. Was that always an ambition? And then how does that feel when you get that call to say, oh yeah, you're in the squad and you're going to make your debut?
Yeah, it was always an ambition, but I didn't think it would ever happen, because at 15 I got onto the England Academy. At 17 I got dropped because I wasn't good enough, and I didn't get back on until I was 21.
Right.
So I dropped out of college. I was a will writer for a while. I worked in a bakery just so that I could train.
Yeah.
Trained my arse off. I trained so hard. I never really got anywhere. Got back in the England Academy, but was then always a net bowler for England. And I would constantly bowl 60, 70 overs a week at the England girls and never get that call up. And Mark Robinson came to me on a Friday afternoon and was like, "I'll see you on Monday." I was like, "All right, okay, like, the girls need a net bowler," like, and he was like, "No, you're in the squad." I was like, "Pardon?"
Wow.
Like,
how old were you then?
I don't know. I made my debut in 2016, so 24.
Yeah. Okay. And that was against Pakistan, right?
Yeah. But now I look back on my career and I'm like, I'm genuinely a fan that ended up playing cricket for England, because I've always just been a massive cricket fan.
Yeah.
And I used to follow England women around and watch them all around the country. Yeah.
So you make your debut in 2016, and then what? Less than 18 months later, World Cup winner.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, absolute whirlwind. So debut June 2016 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
Worst day of my cricket career ever. Didn't enjoy it. Hated every second of it. Didn't bowl well.
Why did you hate it? Were you nervous?
So nervous. Like, I'd tried so hard for so long that I thought I'd just be all right when the day came. And I was too busy concentrating on, was my partner's family okay? Was my family okay? Where are they sat? I can't see them. Where are they?
Really?
I didn't do all my routines. I didn't get into the zone. I was just so, like, oblivious to the cricket game.
Yeah.
I think I bowled none for 50. 56 maybe in 10 overs, and Pakistan probably only got 150.
Right, you shelled a third of their runs.
Yeah, and the first ever ball that came to me, I let through my legs for 4.
Did
so
you?
it just couldn't have gone any worse. Like, it was just couldn't have gone any worse. Then we went away from international cricket.
When that happened, and it goes through your legs for 4, do you then massively get in your own head, and then you can't stop thinking about it, or were you like, that's gone? Focus.
You do go, oh, am I really good enough to be here? And then all those thoughts start coming back, because I always believed I was good enough to play cricket for England. I just never got the opportunity. And then I got the opportunity and I was rubbish. So I was like...
Did anyone put their arm around you or have a quiet word or go, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They're all your teammates. They want you to do well. You probably could see I was nervous.
Yeah. Like a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah. And then we went to the West Indies. I got picked for the West Indies after a good KSL, the Super League.
Yeah.
And in the warm-up game, I did the same again, none for 80 in 10 overs. And the coach said to me, I was like crying on the pitch, I was like, I'm just not good enough for this.
Yeah.
He's like, where were you a year ago? I was like, in the bakery making chicken sandwiches. He's like, where are you now? I was like, in the West Indies.
Yeah.
Like, you know, in Jamaica. And he's like, where would you rather be? I was like, here. He's like, well, get on with it then. He's like, you're playing the first game, get your head around it.
I mean, you don't want to make Danish pastries. What's up with
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I felt so fat just eating cakes all the time. So yeah, that was a real mindset shift, and it was the best thing he ever said to me. He was like, you're here now, get in the moment, you're playing the first game.
Yeah.
And then that tour broke world records and bowled really well, and that was it. I had a whirlwind 18 months.
And then in the final, 2 wickets?
Yes. Yeah.
Talk me through that.
Well, I was always the wicket taker during that World Cup, so every time the game needed changing, I'd come on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know, literally,
one,
because
yeah.
I'm like, what's going on now? I'm half the team now. I'm like, this is amazing. How was that me?
Yeah.
So we needed a wicket. We needed to get Harmanpreet Kaur out. So I got brought back on. She hit me for 2 sixes. I was like, this is not going well. 2 really nice shots down the ground, into the crowd, both of them. One was a slog sweep over square leg, and then she top edged a slog sweep and Tammy Bowman at square leg. I'm stood there and I was like this.
Please,
I didn't even
Tammy.
watch it.
Did you
I
not?
was like that. I want to just hear the crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
Then she took the catch and the game completely changed from there. We didn't win the World Cup. India lost it, you know, but still
Who
the
cares?
best day of my life. It was
Were the
amazing.
celebrations amazing afterwards? What happened, or did we not go there?
I drank a magnum of champagne on the lap of
you?
honour, and I don't remember.
On the lap of honour?
Yeah, I don't remember the rest.
That's pretty
It's
impressive.
really, it's the worst thing I ever did. That's my biggest regret.
What, because you can't remember?
We
After?
worked for 4 years to sing the team song at Lord's,
Right.
and I don't remember singing the team song at Lord's.
Okay.
So yeah, all I remember is Kate Cross trying to give me a chicken drumstick and was like, eat that, you'll regret it, and I just threw it at her.
No way.
I was like, shut up. 2 hours later, I was in bed.
Class.
I woke up naked with my medal on though, so I was
Did
like,
you?
yeah,
Yeah.
baby, I still got my medal.
It's the greatest story. I remember us talking about this before in terms of that's a pretty tricky transition time in terms of stopping playing for England
Yeah.
and then thinking, do I still want to carry on playing cricket, or how am I feeling about this? That's tough and takes a lot of mental strength and resilience. Was that a hard period for you?
Yeah, it was like the worst because I lost my England contract. I got told, I went on holiday. This was the worst thing, right? I had a 2-week cruise with Kate Cross, and we worked really hard, went to the gym every day.
Did you, on the
And-
cruise?
On the cruise,
Really?
and ran laps of the cruise and everything.
You weren't throwing chicken drumsticks at her?
Yeah, we'd like throwing balls. We were on holiday, but also working hard because we had fitness testing when we got back.
Okay.
Day after I got back from a holiday, I had my appraisal with Jonathan Finch, and he told me I'd lost my England contract. And I was like, you could have told me 2 weeks ago, mate.
Yeah.
I've just been working hard on a
I'd just
holiday.
been drinking magnums of champagne, yes.
But it was awful, like the worst feeling. I rang my dad and I rang Crossy. I think I rang Crossy first, said, I've lost my contract, rang my dad. They both came round to my house. And I'd just lost my identity overnight.
Yeah.
I'd gone from Alex Hartley, a World Cup winner, to actually the newspaper article actually said, World Cup winner to trash heap overnight.
So what? Trash heap?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And that's what I felt like as well. Felt like I was nobody. I had nothing to get up for. I was still going to the gym with Crossy Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then there was one Friday I was like, what am I doing? I don't need to, but that was just my routine.
Yeah.
So then I spent 3 months at home, didn't get out of bed, didn't leave the house.
You not?
No, didn't know what I was or who I was going to be.
Where were you? Were you with your parents or
No,
were
I
you by
was
yourself?
by myself in the
Were
flat.
you?
So my mum rang me 5 or 6 times a day, and I'd be like, go away, I'm fine.
Yeah,
But she
yeah.
obviously knew I wasn't fine.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm fine, leave me alone, leave me alone. I don't want to speak to anybody, I don't want to go out, I don't want to do anything. So yeah, I had September, October, November, December basically doing absolutely nothing. Crying every day, didn't leave the house. And then Mark Robinson, the England coach, was like, you need to start getting out, you need to start doing things. So I joined a gym. I decided to go travelling. The whole thing was just changed.
Did you just completely switch off from cricket and training and just relax?
Well, so I missed a bit of the story out, sorry. So my mum knew I wasn't all right and took me to see Conor Maynard. Really
Okay.
random.
Right.
She's like, I need to try and get her out of the house. So I said, I've got tickets to see Conor Maynard. And that night I had a complete mental breakdown on my mum. Ripping my hair out, eyelashes out, just like
Seriously?
so stressed, yeah.
Right.
And my mum rang the ECB and said, you can't treat people like this, because they hadn't even checked if I was okay. They'd just like gone, right, not ours problem anymore. Like, see you later.
Yeah.
So yeah, that all got sorted. I got myself into a little bit of a better place. And then I went travelling, and I just thought, well, I can live my life now, because playing international cricket, you sacrifice so much. You know, I missed out on birthdays, Christmases, everything. You know, I missed my own 21st birthday.
Yeah.
So
I guess it's quite freeing in a way.
It was, and I could just be who I wanted to be and sort of be a different version of myself. And I was a loose cannon. You know, I missed out on so much, so I just went
and had a good time.
I went and had a brilliant time, yeah. And then from LA, I flew straight to Australia to commentate for the T20 World Cup before COVID.
Did you?
Yeah.
So had you had that lined up before you went to America?
No, so I got a conversation when I was there being like, do you fancy coming over? And I was like, yeah, but you're going to have to fly me from LA. I'm in the States.
Okay.
And they're like, yeah, okay, that's fine, we'll fly.
Was that your first kind of punditry, commentary gig?
Proper gig, yeah.
Was it?
So I'd done bits and bobs, so I'd done a few days here and there. My first ever day as a radio commentator, Lancs were playing Worcester, I think.
Okay.
And I was commentating with Henry Moran. He's like, that was a good shot, Alex, wasn't it? And I just went, and he's like, you're on the radio, you have to speak.
To talk, yeah.
So yeah, Ebony Rainford Brent couldn't do Australia, so I got the call and went over.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's when COVID hit, and you know, I did the World Cup final in 2020.
Yeah.
Flew home a few days later because of COVID.
Yeah.
And then my life changed forever after that. Losing my England contract was the best thing that ever happened to me.
And then it's gone from strength to strength in terms of your media stuff. Obviously, you got the podcast.
Yeah.
2 awards, was that last week?
Yeah, award-winning podcast now.
Nice.
Yeah, you can ask me what the awards were. We got Best Cricket Podcast.
Okay.
And
so you beat Greg James and Jimmy. Have you told Jimmy yet? Have you been like...
No, I've not. But we are the best podcast, you know, it's fine. Yeah. And something about, this is really bad, but the Best Inclusion and Diversity Podcast.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which actually for me means the most, because we do try and be diverse and get every and anyone on.
Yeah.
And we talk about really tough topics. So yeah, it's amazing to be the best cricket podcast, but that one means a little bit more to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Who's been the best guest?
We had Danae van Niekerk just on, and she talked everything about losing the contract.
I saw the, it sounds weird to say I saw it rather than heard it, but I think there was a video clip or something.
Yeah.
And it was pretty powerful.
Yeah, it was really powerful. She was brilliant.
Yeah.
She just spoke openly and honestly about the fact she's now retired from international cricket because she was too unfit, basically. They said, you're not going to get picked. And she was like, right, well, I'll go and play cricket around the world.
Yeah.
And women's cricket's at a really funny place now where international cricketers are retiring to go and play franchise cricket. So, yeah, they're a bit of a lockerhead, really, with women's cricket at the minute.
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk to you about that because obviously the growth is huge. You played in Australia, you've obviously played in the 100s, you've got the WPL now. I don't want to use a massive cliche in terms of saying the sky's the limit, but it feels like the growth in the women's game is colossal.
Yeah, it is. It's been huge. I honestly wish I was 5 years younger.
Really?
Because...
How old are you now? 29?
9 or 30 this year.
You've got ages. You've got ages.
All the girls at Lancs are now professional cricketers. Not all of them, but most of them. And it's just credit to, you know, the women's game. You know, it's growing and growing. They've gone from...
Yeah, but without being massively... I can't think what the right word is. Like, you and like the people who've come before have helped kind of set that up.
Of course. But, you know, I've done the hard yards of not being paid to play cricket.
Yeah, sure. Paid to commentate, it's fine.
Yeah. No, but it's, you know, it's amazing. You know, you see the younger girls coming through at Lancs now, and they're so athletic because they've been going to the gym since they were young. You know, I've still got the athleticism of probably a 15-year-old because I've not really been going to the gym for that long. You know, and the 15-year-olds that are coming through, they're fitter and stronger than I am. But it's amazing, you know, and you've got all the franchise leagues around the world. Kids growing up, or girls growing up now, sorry, actually can be professional cricketers. It's a job opportunity.
Yeah.
Whereas when I was growing up, it was just a hobby. So yeah, it's class. It's actually amazing.
Where do you see it going in the next 5-10 years?
Probably more parity with the men. So I guess as female cricketers, we've always said we don't want to be paid the same, because at the minute we don't deserve to be paid the same. We just want equal opportunity.
Yeah.
And that's becoming more and more. We are getting equal opportunity. So when that starts happening all around the world, because at the minute, you know, you've got your other countries, your West Indies, South Africa, Sri Lanka, they're all falling behind. We want those teams to sort of catch up. And then as soon as all teams have got equal opportunity with the men, I think it can skyrocket.
It's great as well that loads of the women's teams now are playing, rather than playing at outgrounds, playing at Old Trafford.
Yeah. Emirates Old Trafford.
Yeah, sorry. And then obviously with the 100, with the double headers, that must be pretty cool in terms of full houses. Must make a massive difference. No disrespect to outgrounds and playing at schools and stuff, but it's a different vibe and setup, isn't it?
Well, COVID's the best thing that happened to the 100 because the girls were actually meant to be playing as Manchester. We were meant to be playing at Sedbergh School.
Yeah.
But because of COVID, we had to play double headers with the men and we had to play at the same ground. And it took off. It's massive. You now get 10, 12, 14,000 people coming to watch the women's game.
Yeah.
And then more coming to watch the men's.
Also, there are loads of people now who are talking about the 100 who are like, yeah, I prefer the women's competition to the men's.
I can't believe how many people now are like, oh, the 100 would be nothing without women's cricket.
Yeah, so many
Imagine
people
people
have said
saying that 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have happened. And it's a class competition. I absolutely love it. It's been really good to see the domestic game grow. I guess not only from the girls now being professional, which makes a huge difference. You know, the money invested. Obviously, we're going to get better. You know, the more contracts we have at Lancs Thunder, the better we're going to get, because at the minute I think we've got 10 contracted girls where we've got 20 in the squad, so we're expecting half the team to train full-time but without getting paid a proper wage. Luckily, Lancs are really supported and we do get paid at, you know, per hour to be at training, but it's not a full-time job.
Yeah, sure.
So Lancs are so supportive in that regard, but we want everyone to be pro because we're going to just, you know, women's cricket is going to skyrocket. Yeah, it's been fantastic because you see how good we can be by watching the 100, and then you come back to domestic cricket and it's the same group of players but without the overseas, and you think, Jesus Christ, like we've actually got so much better so quickly. And the
Really?
women's
Do you see
team,
that? You see that development in the squad?
Yeah,
Serious?
from the KSL to the last year of the 100, it's so much better. You know, because girls are training full time. It's like being like, I don't know, if you practice typing on a keyboard, you practice every day, you're gonna be able to do it without looking within a week. It's like, well, if you train cricket every day, you obviously get better.
It's like that Mavis Beacon thing. Did you ever do that in IT? We had this thing called Mavis Beacon, and it used to tell you how quickly you type.
Yeah, nice.
Words per minute. WPM.
I'd be like that.
You wouldn't.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been amazing, and Lancashire have been so supportive of the girls. Like, we're the only team that's gone on a massive pre-season tour this year, and you can just see how beneficial that was. You know, we've gone to Dubai with the boys. We played a double header against the UAE with the boys. So we played in the morning, they played in the afternoon. We've been in Dubai for a week, trained, you know, the same days as the lads. We've socialised, we've had golf days, we've had sponsor days, and then the girls went on to Mumbai and went there for 6 days, and that was incredible within itself because
I saw the pictures. It looked
you're
like
on
had a good
tougher
time.
wickets, you're in tougher conditions, you know, and to have that support from Lancs means a lot because we're setting the standard for everybody else. You know, the other teams went on pre-season tour, but they went to Desert Springs for 4 days and played against each other. We're playing against the state team in Mumbai. You know, it was unbelievable.
And how are you feeling about this season?
Good. We didn't get off to the best start, but we've got our bad game out of the way, I reckon.
Yeah, get it done early.
Yeah. Personally, I had a really bad game, but so did the whole team. So I'm like, oh well. But no,
it happened.
We've got the best team that we've had for years. We've recruited 3 really good players, signed 3 new pros. So yeah, we are stronger than we've ever been. We look really good on paper. We look like a really strong side, but you have to still perform on the field. So we went into Saturday's game being like, we've got the best team on paper. We just didn't perform. You have to perform. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to the summer. I love it. You know, the girls laugh at me now. They call me a volunteer because I'm not a pro anymore. Stepped away from my pro contract, and one of the other girls has got it.
Yeah.
So I literally am
You're
only
back
playing.
to being your cricket badge yourself.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I literally only play because I enjoy it, and that's credit to the girls and credit to Lancs for the environment that they've set up. Because if it wasn't enjoyable, I just wouldn't be playing cricket anymore.
I heard you were going to get your top score this season.
Yeah, well, I sort of nearly did at the weekend.
Yeah?
I got 5, and I hit a lovely cut shot through the
Did
covers.
you?
And then I got given out bowled, and I still don't think it bowled me. You'll have to put it on.
Yeah, that's
put it
outrageous.
on. I still don't think it bowled me.
How's that happened?
Well, don't put the reverse angle on because that does look like it bowled me. But the front angle, I've covered the stumps, and it's hit the keeper's gloves and then gone onto the stumps.
Okay.
I don't think I was out. And we were going to win. We needed 4 a ball for the next 12 overs.
Right, so you'd have done that.
I'd have done that.
Easy. Knocked him off probably in like a couple of overs. Done. Yeah, do you enjoy that role in terms of looking after the younger members of the squad?
I love it. So I was captain for 2 years, and I absolutely loved being captain. But stepped away from that because I'm not training as much anymore because I've got a full-time job in the commentary world. So Ellie Threlkeld's taken over. She's brilliant. But I know I'm coming to the end of my career now. Don't train as much as the girls. You know, one day someone's going to be better than I am and they're going to take my place. So at training now, I see it as my job to get the spinners ready for when I'm not there. So I love coaching the spinners and watching the spinners bowl, and the younger girls, a couple of them have really struggled this year or in the previous years, and I love, even though we've got Stephen Parry, who's a brilliant spin coach, I'm always like, can I help? Can I jump in? But yeah, I love being a senior player, and the girls, you know, they do listen and they do want to learn, and I guess, you know, I have played international cricket, albeit a few years ago now, but I do know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so yeah, I love it.
Coming out, and then we may do a batting card at the first time. Thank you.
Plus promo. Are you writing on this game, Matt?
What's that?
I don't know, sweetheart.
Dad! Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहा है?
T20 World Cup. We got to check this out.
Men's Cricket World Cup, this time coming from the Caribbean and the USA. And that is the Pakistan squad that was announced a couple of days ago. So all the nations are announcing their squads. Australia announced theirs a couple of days ago as well. So plenty to look forward to in the World T20. And in preparation for both the World Cups, the women have a T20 World Cup in Bangladesh in October. England men are playing Pakistan, 4 games. That starts off 6 p.m. Sky Sports Cricket on the 22nd of May. And on the 11th of May, a week Saturday, England women taking Pakistan women at Edgbaston. That's the first T20 for them. And England today, the women have announced their T20 squad and their 50-over squad for those games coming up. A couple of omissions there in no Sophia Dunkley and no Tammy Beaumont. Tammy Beaumont does return for the 50-over series. And who else is back there? It looks like Freya Kemp. I think she's just going to play as a bowler, still continue her rehab and her recovery from her injury, but lots of experience there. Maya Boucher has been in fabulous touch over the last couple of months. That was the T20 squad. The women also have some 50-over Metrobank one-day series against Pakistan, and there Tammy Beaumont is in for that one. But still no Sophia Dunkley. Kate Cross, she is back in for the 50 overs, and she'll be back in here later. She's coming to join us and have a chat on commentary, Kate Cross. So that's international cricket, T20 cricket, 50-over cricket. This is Championship cricket. Both sides desperate for a win. They are the bottom and second from bottom. This is their game in hand. And at the moment, it's been a good first session for the home side, Lancashire. After a first hour that belonged to the openers, 45 for none became 76 for 4. Grey, cool, and rain forecast from about 4 o'clock this afternoon. An excellent pitch, a good even contest between bat and ball. It's done a bit, not too much. Seamer's found a good length after that first hour and some movement. Three slips, a short leg. The first ball after lunch. Williams with it. What did you make of that first session, Michael Atherton, and the decision at the toss? Do you think it's been proved right now?
I think he was probably wary of the forecast, of course. When you're captain here at Lancashire, you've always got to have half an eye on the forecast, and he's probably thinking, well, it's a short game, let's see if we can bat just once, try and make use of the overcast conditions today, try and bat once over the weekend, and then hope that the spinners can come into things on the last day. And the first morning didn't go exactly according to plan for Keaton Jennings and Lancashire, but there was more movement in the second hour once the lacquer came off the ball, which is often the way with the Duke's ball as opposed to the Kookaburra, one of the many differences between the two. And it was Balderson who did the damage this morning, 3 for 38, lively young all-round cricketer. Williams getting the key wicket because Zach Crawley had just started to motor along when Williams got him off a flat-footed drive. Joe Denley, did you play against Joe Denley? I was trying to think. He's been around a long time now, Joe Denley. I reckon he started in 2004.
Well, I retired in 2004, so I don't know if we played Kent in the early part of that summer or not. So you'd have missed him, yeah?
Just missed him. You and Butch probably played against him. The diminishing number of players that we will have played against. Probably none left now, as far as I'm concerned.
Jimmy Anderson here, obviously. Got me out. It's part of a hat-trick here, Jimmy Anderson. very early in his career. I guess that first session probably summed up the debate that's going on in English cricket. And I know we had Rob Key on that podcast debating the Kookaburra ball, and you saw seamers of, you know, medium fast, bowling accurately, getting wickets, keeper standing up, all the things that Keesy's not overly keen on for international cricketers. But your point that you've made over the last few months is that it was more exciting cricket, and you do have to give the viewer and the people coming in some excitement. Yeah, it is one of those debates where people can make very reasonable points from completely different perspectives. Rob Key is MD of England Cricket. He wants to see England's men's team do as well as possible, and therefore for him the key observation is how well is domestic cricket preparing the cricketers for that kind of environment, and not well has been the answer in the last few years. However, when you see those people huddled away in the far end in the cool watching the cricket, you have to try and that has to be a perspective as well, because if you just have unwatchable cricket that will drive people away, in the end the game has no leg to stand on if there's nobody watching it. So balance between bat and ball, very important.
Always good to have the Pakistan squad as a podcast, isn't it? Just in case, just have it. Never have enough. Bring back Moon. Who's this? Bailey, isn't it? Is that Bailey?
Change of ends for Bailey. He started from the Statham end, he's moved up to the Anderson end. How did your walk go, Michael? There's rumours of a bad knee to go with your bad back now. I caught up with you in the podcast and you were a day into it. How did it end?
It ended with about a 25-mile walk from Shap, which is where you told me you'd been on a geology field trip, to Kirkby Stephen, through the Yorkshire Dales. Absolutely gorgeous. 5 days, quite a hard shift, but great fun. Just going back to Joe Denley, who mentioned has been around a long time. I reckon he was one of the first players. Remember that very heated debate we had at the Oval a couple of years ago about English batters, this trend of batting on off stump, and Butch went off on one. I reckon Joe Denley was the first that I saw do that when he was at Middlesex, before he went back to Kent. I reckon he was the first I saw to bat right over an off stump, because it was so unusual then. I remember it sticking in my mind.
Well, he looks like he's about on middle and off there.
That, including the radars. Just in case. Can I say we're taking the Lancashire feed? Is that okay?
.79 for 4. And that's what we see on one of our monitors. We're here up at Lancashire, taking the Lancashire club feed, actually. It's an excellent feed that they provide. That's why it was chosen, because of the quality of their feed and also the feed from round the counties. We've got Essex going at 98 for 5. Derbyshire 100 for 4. The game here. Then the stats. The rain, which you always need at Old Trafford. It's hit Leeds at the moment. It's coming from the east, and it looks like it's raining down at Glamorgan. Correction, that's at Headingley, isn't it? That's where the weather's coming from against Glamorgan. Quite a bit of chat on social from county followers that they would like stuff like that. They would like county cricket and some clips from the Wickets, like a package like the Soccer Saturday that you do on the football. Try and have something similar like that for county championship cricket, where you have the feeds, you can choose your feed, you can have highlights of all the wickets that are falling. I think the ECB are trying to look into that, actually. Trying to get a system that the average county fan can sit at home and watch all the wickets as they happen. That's gone a long way, not only in the air up to the batter, but when it went past the stumps, and it goes away for 4.
4 byes, the keeper taking a long look at umpire Lloyd as if to say, well, I just can't do anything about that. It went a long way after it passed down the leg side, but byes given.
No, maybe high, no given. Just thought with the bounce at Old Trafford it may have been going over, but he was trapped in the crease, and Kent have been reduced to 83 for 5.
Yeah, bounce is always the issue here at Old Trafford. You just have to ask yourself as an umpire whether the ball would have gone over the top of the stumps. Certainly trapped on the crease, back foot, close enough. Fair enough decision. And Kent find themselves under these leaden grey skies. 83 for 5 now.
Finchie's gone. Udis now. Joey Everson. It is one of Edley's lads. Stanford School. Yeah, Rich, come on, do something, book something out pretty well. Come on, come on. Really strong black coffee, 2 sugars, Rich. Come on, man. Now, come on. Huh? Coffee, 2 sugars, strong black.
Joey Everson comes in at number 7, and he's in a bit of nick. He's having a good start to the season, but his side are in a heap of trouble here. 45 for none, 83 for 5. Good bowling from Williams. He went in swinger that went for 4 byes, out swinger, and then the nip backer, and that trapped Finch on the crease. Been a good move from Nottinghamshire. Had some white ball success for Kent and also some county championship success. Now they need him to stay there with the experienced Denley Can they build a partnership, Kent? Now that's too high, surely. That's coming forward. Whereas Finch was staying back. He got a stride in there, Everson.
Yes, you could see that he's pushing forward, hit above the knee roll, near the top of the flap of the pad. So umpire Lloyd probably right. On that instance, there's enough doubt there to say, nope, got to be a bit closer than that.
83 for 5. I think young Bumble got both those decisions right. The last one going over the wicket, actually, it looked like he got nowhere and got trapped on the crease. Williams has 2, Balderson has 3. Bailey yet to contribute. Goes with the swing there. That was good batting from Denley. Good cricket all round because he gave it a chance to swing, but he just opened the face and went with the out shape with the drive.
Always one of those neatly attired cricketers, isn't he, Joe Denley?
The opposite to you, basically, yes. He does look neat. He's more Alex Stewart than Michael Atherton, that is for certain.
.38 years of age, so doing well. Still to be at the top of his game. Not quite into the realms of Jimmy Anderson, but not far off. When is Anderson appearing for Lancashire, do we think? He's had a lengthy break, hasn't he? When did the Test series finish? First week of March, second week of March? 2 months ago?
Yeah, they've got quite a bit of Test cricket after the World Cup, haven't they? So he'll have had, and they've got a bit of time now. Easing back into it. Saw a tweet saying that Stokes was going to be making a comeback pretty soon at Blackpool. Did I read that right? Is that next week at Lancashire,
17th,
Durham?
I think.
Okay.
Stanley Park, Blackpool, one of Lancashire's outgrounds.
You played there. I played at Lytham. I don't think I ever played at Blackpool.
Mentioning two grounds there where I had contrasting fortunes. I got a pair at Lytham.
That's why I brought it up.
My career best at Blackpool.
Which was?
268.
Did you? Must be flat there then.
It was. Don't play as many games now at Outgrounds because of the reduction in the number of championship games, and obviously Lancashire want to play the majority of those at home base. Year that they won the championship, Mark Butcher reminds us, 2011, Lancashire was being refurbed, so they played most of their games at Liverpool.
Do you think that's been a factor here?
Definitely.
I know Lancashire have obviously won the championship plenty of times, but in your era you had that great side. You didn't win a championship with Lancashire?
No, we finished second maybe so 5 or 6 times.
Pitch and weather comes into the equation?
Yeah, it's a bit of an excuse. We should have won it with the team that we had, but the pitch and weather doesn't help in general in getting results at home. Outgrounds tend to get a bit more of a comeback in August when the 100 is on. Counties play a lot of their 50 over cricket at Outgrounds. Lancashire played a game at Sedbergh School, which is actually in Cumbria. But the club are in the process of trying to fashion a genuine second ground up in Preston, up near Preston, where it rains even more than Manchester, I think.
Why do they want a second ground?
Just because of the pressure on this place. With, you know, in August, obviously the club Lancashire team can't get on the ground because the Manchester originals are here, and then the amount of pathway teams. They've got a women's tier 1 team, so just to have a second ground to take some pressure off Old Trafford. And obviously the county's a massive county as well, so if you're a young kid in the north of the county who's talented and you keep have to trekking down to Manchester, that's tough on parents. So up in Preston, that would geographically just spread things around the county as well.
Is that a brand new ground, or are they developing on where the club is? Or
developing,
right.
And I think it's a collaboration between the Lancashire Council, the club here. They've found the facility, and they're just in the process of getting it up and running. I think they're hoping by the end of 26, although I might got that wrong, but they're hoping that cricket can be played there by the end of 2026.
Big in swinger, you could see that in his action. There was quite an early tell there from Williams with the big booming in swing. It's something that Anderson historically has done brilliantly. There's no subtle change in his action from in swing to out swing. There was quite a big change there. .86 for 5.
It's Leeds, coming this way. Yeah, it's coming from east. Control drive. Should only be a single this time, it is. Is this updated or not?
Just a reminder of the standings before the start of play. Kent and Lancashire rooted to the bottom of Division 1 and in urgent need of harvesting some points. Feature is how few games have been won. 5 in Division 1, only 2 I think in Division 2 for all manner of reasons. Balls, pitches, time of year. The incentive for drawing games, 8 points for a draw, means teams are perhaps a little less reluctant to set gettable targets. They're just the 2 in Division 2, Middlesex winning 1 and Sussex winning 1. Middlesex and Leicestershire are battling it out at Lord's today, except they haven't got on. There's not a ball bowled yet.
Leicestershire doing a Nick Knight Warwickshire there, top of the league without winning a game. Get your bonus points.
That's a debate, isn't it, about 8 points for the draw. That whether that then is a disincentive for teams to play more enterprising cricket. There was a game at Bristol last week where Middlesex eventually set a declaration for Gloucestershire, but it was a very cautious declaration. It was really just a token declaration, and I suspect were the points different and there were fewer points for the draw and more for the win, they'd set a more enterprising declaration.
$87 for 5.
I can't even remember what it was when we played. It's one of those things that change almost year to year.
I was going to say,
bonus points change, points to the win change, draw change, so you never get settled.
Yeah, they go full circle, because there was a time where you felt that there wasn't enough incentive on the draw and people were sort of giving up second time round and not prepared to guts it out to get some, draw points. So they changed it a bit. And now you could argue that it's gone slightly too far the other way.
But am I right in thinking that in Australia, for example, it's always remained the same? First innings points and an outright win? And that has not really changed over the years.
I struggle to keep up with English cricket. You're now asking me about the Australian point system. One thing I always remember about the Australian point system is first innings points. Your first innings of the game is absolutely crucial, and if you can win the first innings. But you're right, they don't change much in the state system. They've changed balls occasionally, recently, again, to try and use the Duke's balls, almost like the flip side of what's happened in the last couple of summers.
Tempting game at the moment. He's just hanging it out side of Everson's off stump with 3 slips waiting.
There are the regulations and the format. In 2024, you get your first point at 250 runs and your first bowling point 3 to 5 wickets. So Hanks already into the points. Kookaburra ball will be used for the first four rounds of the competition, the first 2 and later on in the series. 16 points for a win, 8 points for a tie, 8 for a draw. Big booming in-swinger. Not been many boundaries today. That won't be one. The drizzly rain and the outfield has slowed that down.
It's Old Trafford, you just got to make it up for Old Trafford. Jumping up and drizzle at Old Trafford. Seriously?
Keeping half an eye on the monitor in the Essex game. Essex 115 for 6 now. Looks like Wesley has just departed. A green top at Taunton. $89 for 5.
Well, Nasser Hussain would have you believe is absolutely hosing down here at Old Trafford. I assure you it's not. I don't know where he found a light bit of drizzle from, Mark Butcher. That's coming later. 89 for 5.
In the subconscious, really, here at Old Trafford. You're just expecting it to be raining, but we've not seen any, thankfully. At 89 for 5, Kent are looking for some sort of an intervention, if not from the skies, but from the 2 batters at the crease at the moment. Both cautiously trying to build a partnership.
That's a good run. It was a fumble, but I think they would have both been safely home. And that's a key to batting in partnerships. Rotate the strike, share the load. Challenging batting conditions. And the next challenge for Kent will be as and when Keaton Jennings decides to bring in one or both of the spinners. Tom Hartley, who's had a meteoric rise to, well, where he is at his career at the minute. Test match cricket, World T20 squad. And of course, then you got Nathan Lyon. See if it'll spin. They'll get some bounce. Lyon will definitely get some bounce. He always does.
Nathan Lyon is one of those spin bowlers also who you'd imagine, or you normally think of a spinner coming into the game the last innings of the match when there's plenty of rough out there. Quite often in test matches for Australia, when he's asked to perform that holding role in a 4-man attack for them, that's when he takes his big bags of wickets is in the first innings.
Tumbling take down the leg side. I mentioned earlier I was up here for a couple of days, been speaking with Nathan and filming with him, and he did speak a lot about that, what his role is sometimes for Pat Cummins. It's to hold one end. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins doing their thing at the other, but he has that real unique ability to hold an end in the first innings as a finger spinner and be potent.
When are we going to get to see that interview?
I don't know. I'm not an editor. Be sometime during August, during the Sri Lanka series. Got quite a lot of footage to sift through. He was very generous with his time. Boom from Everson. That was lovely. Afforded some width. Latched onto it beautifully. 94 for 5.
Yeah, cracking shot. Just perhaps a bit of evidence of the spike going out of the bowling attack and the ball. But he's been excellent in terms of his foot movements. Been very definite in getting forward, trying to negate that threat. And it might well be time to see Gary the Goat.
Well, it's been I know Lancashire haven't played 4 games like some of the other counties, but nonetheless a lot of cricket in a shortish space of time, so the bowlers will probably be feeling it a little bit. You don't want to completely blast your seamers physically out of the game early on. And when you've got someone who can do such a good holding role, and I'm sure Hartley's perfectly capable of doing one as well, you'd probably go with Lyon, but go with either one of them. Just give them a bit of respite. Looks like Lyon to me is either just trying to keep warm or perhaps go through some exercises to get ready to bowl.
Yeah, you'd imagine he'd bowl from the James Anderson end as well, with the breeze blowing. Oh, that's close. That's really close, surely. Graham Lloyd says no.
Well, there was quite a lot of movement back in and maybe a bit high, but certainly I think enough to suggest that Graham Lloyd felt that that was going to slide down and miss leg stump.
Yeah, so Balderson is bowling from the Brian Statham end with the ball, the wind blowing the ball towards the batsman's pads. Or at least the breeze moving in that direction, so you'd imagine that Lyon would come from the opposite end, where he might get a bit of drift away from the right-handers before trying to turn it back in towards the stumps.
Well, his exercise regime at the moment, Nathan Lyon, is not of one of... It appears he's just trying to keep warm. It's more getting ready to bowl, so I don't think it'll be too long before we see the Australian in action. Just chatting with a couple of the Lancashire players in and around the nets. They were very accommodating, Lancashire. I sort of stuck my nose right in the middle of their practice. We had microphones and cameras everywhere. They didn't quite realise how quickly Nathan Lyon bowled it for a spinner. He's known, obviously, for that overspin he gets as a finger spinner. But the actual pace he delivers it at is brisk. You see the complete contrast when we get to see Matt Parkinson bowl, because he actually bowls it quite slowly, very slowly, really.
Well, you can see Denley from his body language at the crease at the moment. He's finding it a struggle. He's trying to come up with a way of being able to rotate the strike, take some of the pressure off himself.
Tight. No, probably home anyway. Lyon misses.
Yeah, you can just see how keen he is to get himself up the other end. Although it looks as though he's kept the strike at the end of the over. Just the one run from that Balderson over, 95 for 5. And it will be Nathan Lyon from the James Anderson end.
Will we hear nice, Gaz, from Matthew Hurst?
Yeah, it's unlikely.
Lack of stump mic.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how attacking Nathan Lyon goes straight out the bat. Short leg is in situ, as is a slip. Looks like he's sending long on back onto the fence. Man on the sweep. Another protective helmet comes out onto the ground. Maybe in due course he might pop in a leg slip. It's quite interesting talking about those deeper fielders when he starts a spell. Sort of very much of the Shane Warne school of things. You can go start out and then you can gradually attack and bring it in, as opposed to have to go on the retreat if you've gone for a couple of 3 boundaries in your first 2 overs. Here's line. Desperately trying to get his fingers warm. That was nice. Bit of drift. You mentioned that breeze, Butch. Bit of bounce as well. That's from the pitch, because it is a good bouncy track at Old Trafford, but also the overspin that line imparts on the ball.
Yeah, and what he'll do, what I've watched him do to some of the best players in the world, is he starts to drag them across the crease towards the offside with that drift. And then the odd ball will go straight on. Players start to perhaps cover the off stump a little bit. That's when the short leg comes into play. The slip comes into play also. Just be interesting to see what he does to the footwork of Finch, who's been very good. Definite movements backwards and forwards. But Latham is going to try and drag him sideways.
And he's sweeping, and sweeping with good effect for 4.
Yeah, early sign of aggression. We just need to be a tiny bit careful sweeping here at Old Trafford because of that bounce. Top edge is very much in play. But I don't think that'll bother Lyon unduly.
$100 came up in that over. It's now 101 for 5. Yeah, his view on the sweep, Latham Lyon, is that he feels that it means that the batsmen don't trust their defence. That's his basic point on that. So he doesn't mind batters trying to sweep him. Doesn't mind going for 6s. He's gone for the most, he says, ever in Test match cricket or whatever. He feels he's in the game.
Yeah, it's good. It's obviously we were very fortunate to have the likes of Saqlain Mushtaq playing for Surrey back all those years ago. But the difference it makes to the standard of the game when you have a brilliant spin bowler in your lineup to watch and to play. Oh! Well, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, that's the best we've seen today, I think, without taking a wicket for sure. Not sure how you play that. You hope you just hold the line with your bat, as we were speaking earlier. When Zach Crawley was batting, he did that well. And Everson just held the line. Beautiful bowling from George Balderson again. Play that. And again, this is excellent. It's not just the movement, it's the line and the length.
He's got something reminiscent of a young Sean Pollock about him, in that he kind of gets in middle of the crease and the arm comes over, creating an angle without getting too wide. So the ball feels as though it's spearing in towards that off stump, and he just needs to hold it a tiny bit.
Our esteemed colleague Nasser Hussain is in agreement with you, apart from the pace.
Yeah, the pace is a little bit lacking, yes, but there's definitely something in the way that he throws the left arm up into the air and the way that his right arm then comes over, almost slightly above the beyond the perpendicular. One thing's for sure, he's very, very willing to run in and put the overs on his clock, and has certainly logged into a fabulous line and length throughout both his spells from either end. Imagine you put 5 miles an hour on him and he'll be very handy indeed.
Very good. Excellent from George Balderson. 101 for 5 after 39. Well, he's only 23, so there is time on his side, absolutely. Stay fit, get a bit fitter, get a bit stronger, and if he can just add a couple of clicks to his undoubted skill and accuracy, that's going to be a potent combination. Keep an eye on the line that Nathan Lyon operates with. What he's trying to do is he's trying to use the keeper's right-hand glove as his ideal line. There, perhaps a bit straight. But he's working out how much drifts he's going to get. But that's what he spoke about a lot. Right hand of the keeper. Not just the line he's bowling, but also where his forces are going as he's going through his action.
About there. That very Australian attacking line for an off-spin bowler.
Drilled for a moment. I thought he might have drilled it straight at extra cover, but he didn't move. The ball certainly did. That has absolutely flown away to the boundary.
Yeah, when you do bowl that wide line, the length is a little on the full side, offers up that square drive. I do think the extra cover's a little bit too square though. Offered him a lovely gap to smash it between extra cover and mid-off.
.106 for 5. Of course, the Ashes ended in real disappointment and pain for Nathan Lyon on a couple of instances. Not only the fact that he wasn't there to try and influence the series, but this was painful. Painful to watch, really. Calf went in the outfield. He was absolutely adamant that he would come out and bat. He had to try and convince the captain and physio to allow him to go out and bat. They were having none of it, but coach Andrew McDonald said, no, that's fine by me, get out there. So he limped out.
Didn't get any verbals on the way out though.
I think that was another incident you're referring to, Mark.
Same game.
Massive point in the series, though. Take out a player like that.
Yeah,
he
huge.
could have tipped the scales Australia's way.
Absolutely.
On a series that was on a knife edge. He reckoned they would have won 4-0 had he been playing. That's what he said to me.
Well, you've got to back yourself, haven't you?
Well, true. That's normally Joe Denley's bread and butter, really. Onto his pads. He maintains his balance and places it through the leg side. He's just fallen over a bit, as you alluded to it earlier, Butch. It's just trying to find something. It's just not there at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you've had the ball moving laterally, you're not quite as certain with those shots off your pads, because you're worried that if you do miss it, you're going to be absolutely stone dead.
Change of field. Square leg goes out onto the fence. Tries the short one, has the field set, oversteps, no ball.
Like it though. Might be the first one we've seen today. Good bumper, got it high enough. Straight over the batsman's head. Good bit of aggression.
Now back onto line and length. Good bowling. Good running too. And a good understanding between Everson and Denley as they come through for that single. 109 for 5.
Well, Keaton Jennings can be pretty happy. He was confused as to what he might do should he win the toss. And lo and behold, when that happens, you generally win it. Thought the pitch looked pretty good, but felt that perhaps his best way of trying to win the game was to stick Kent in, maybe bat just the once, and then allow Lyon and Hartley and co to go to work on a warm pitch in the second innings. After the first hour, he might have been ruining that call, but his bowlers have got him right back into it. 5 down now. They can knock Kent over for less than 200. They will be mighty pleased, and then it will be down to those batters to try and put a big score on the board.
Well, we'll have a change of field here because Lyon is going to change the angle. He's going to go round the wicket to Joe Denley. So that second helmet is out and in operation for a leg slip. So with his line now, it's to make sure he's coming back into off and middle and off stump. Good batting that, isn't it? He's going down at the ball, head marginally outside the line and just working with whatever spin is available. How much of a different art is it to captain spin as opposed to seam? I always felt you were extremely good at captaining spinners. You really wanted to get them in the game. Other captains have played with very good captains. They weren't so spin-centric. You were.
Well, first of all, that's very kind of you to say. But I don't know. I suppose it's just about understanding angles, really. Kind of. And also trying to think very carefully about how batters are going to find, you know, where they need to try and score, or trying to close angles down to make it difficult for them to tick over and get off strike, so you could allow your spinner to bowl as many balls at them in a row as possible.
$111 for 5.
And then the other side of it is kind of is being a bit of a gambler, isn't it? You kind of want to show, you want to say, okay, well, I'll let you have that shot. If you want to go over mid-on, then fine. Or if you want to hit against the spin to hit it through extra cover, then be my guest. You know, and if you do it a couple of times, don't panic and change the field. Leave it open for another go. And you know, the spinner doesn't have as many tricks in his armour. You can't go with a short ball, so you're kind of looking to play a little bit more with where you set the field and how you invite them to score in order to try and get them to make breakthroughs. And then I always saw that it was more difficult, and this is because I found it difficult myself, it's more difficult as new batters coming in to start against spinners who are going well with men around the bat.
Ooh, that's another snorter. He's in the middle of an excellent spell, George Balderson. There are some captains who are almost petrified of bowling the spinners, perhaps because they don't understand it as well, or don't want to understand it, don't see it as a legitimate weapon, just keep banging away with the seamers.
Yeah, you see that from time to time. But then, you know, you're always coloured a bit by your experience, aren't you? And if you've captained spin bowlers who perhaps don't have the confidence or don't have the skill, basically, to kind of hold the game enough for you, there's no captain in the world who enjoys going at 4 or 5 runs and over. So you know, sometimes it becomes an issue of trust, I guess. And if you, as a captain, you trust your seam bowlers more to do what you want them to do, then you'll favour them.
You've got to show your spinners that trust as well by bowling them, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly that.
Well, that's one time really that Balderson has lost his line. But full marks to Everson. That is a shot of authority. First sign of fatigue?
Yeah, potentially. Been a good long spell since the lunch break.
Don't forget to light. solid block from Denley, and perhaps another indication that George Balderson is coming towards the end of the spell, striving to get to the crease, just oversteps. No, umpire Lloyd walks away sprightly, 118 for 5. 5 wickets to go, opening stand of 45. So the first one was Ben Compton. Perhaps didn't need to play at that one. A little feather through to the wicket keeper. Then it was Zach Crawley, who just tried to up the ante as the ball started to swing. He'd hit a couple of luscious boundaries. That was a bit of a waft. Bell Drummond squared up. Good work by the bowler for the line and length, but the keeper as well being up to the stumps. Then Leaning, who aimed an expansive drive down the ground to Balderson, who found a full length and found the woodwork. So that was the first 4 to go. Finch was the 5th, which went to Will Williams, his 2nd. So this was the 5th wicket, 2nd for Williams. Bang in front, probably on the back pad.
Second time Denley's come down the pitch to Lyon since he's gone around the wicket. See, it might be just thinking about watching the way that Joe Denley's playing there. You might think to yourself, okay, well, round the wicket, I'm going to leave that leg slip in. I'm going to take the short leg out and have 2 men catching in there at mid-wicket, narrowing down that angle. Go back to this field for Everson, who's been much more static in terms of the way that he's playing. So you leave that leg slip in there for the mistake as he tries to flip it around the corner, but then you have 2 guys in at mid-wicket looking for a catch.
.120 for 5.
Balderson it will be to continue on a thought from Mark Butcher and Ian Ward that he might just have been tiring after a lengthy spell, but the captain thinks differently. Denley 15, Everson 24. Kent trying to recover after a difficult couple of hours here at Old Trafford. pad, I should think. And young Bumble agrees. Parish notice to give you that at the end of this over, we'll be switching to IPL cricket on Sky Sports Cricket. I think it's KKR against Mumbai today, and if you want to stay with the county championship, then you have to go to Sky Sports Mix. Well, there's only one place to be, Nas. Get to Sky Sports Mix.
I'll be watching the IPL while you waffle on comms. I think we might get a bit of Tom Hartley on Sky Sports Mix. He's been sending a lot of messages to his skipper. Hartley getting loose again.
Pretty good, actually.
Good day for Tom Hartley, 25 years of age today, birthday boy. County cap.
I'll watch it.
In the team.
Full, I'll bring it over. If it's not, you just grab it.
Chance to get in on the action with Nathan Lyon.
Don't need to
I
swap.
wonder how much time he's spent with Nathan Lyon so far this year discussing his bowling. In the winter, he was saying one of the things he wanted to improve on was to get the kind of overspin that Lyon gets. Hartley tends to bowl with a bit more side spin, slightly flatter trajectory, which was very useful for India, particularly on turning pitches. But here, on this kind of a surface where you're not getting much side spin, you need to try and get some overspin to beat batters in the air as well. Ooh, a beauty from Bolson to finish 125 for 5. I think you're right, Nas, looking at Hartley at mid-on right now, or, well, backward point from where Nathan Lyon is bowling. He's doing a lot of loosening up. I think he'll be in the action soon. So Lyon, as he often does coming round the wicket, he often, I would say more than most off-spinners, he operates from round the wicket. He's got a slip, short leg as well.
It was interesting listening to Joe Root in the winter talk about the challenges. We had Joe Root on our podcast, and the challenges and the difference in challenges facing two finger spinners in Ashwin and Lyon. Lyon with that overspin and his accuracy and at you all the time, tries to wear you down, and someone like Ravi Ashwin, you try not to play the ball before because he sets you up for the next delivery, tries to outthink you with all his variations. His Lyon just dials a length and gets bounced and wears you down. And as you say, often from round the wicket to the right-handers.
So he was originally going to be here for the whole season, Nathan Lyon, but then that was cut back a little, and I think it was it 8 games Lancashire had him for. But then they had that very first game of the season starting on April the 5th that was curtailed, and he only bowled 2 overs, and Lancashire were desperate to know, well, does this count as one of his 8? I think they were in heavy negotiations with Cricket Australia. Now Bell is at short leg, as this is tucked off his hip by Joey Everson. It just seemed to hit Bell in the chest and drop down. Sometimes they stick, but very difficult.
Yeah, you almost got to catch the rebound or catch it in your body. Russell Arnold, didn't he? A couple of catches in his armpit. He wore those sort of baggy shirts in Sri Lanka, and he caught a couple in his shirt.
because of that bounce, that overspin and bounce that we talked about, short leg and leg slip, very important positions for Nathan Lyon. 129 for 5. Time for Tom Hartley.
Fabulous Winter. Wickets in his first test match after a difficult start. Jaiswal went after him in his first half a dozen overs and Stokes backed him. And then he bowled India out in the second innings on that debut test, and then consistently in the wickets. Been selected in the World T20 squad, birthday today, and his county cap. His only downside this winter is that he's had his international cap presented by one Michael Atherton and his county cap by Michael Atherton. What were your words of inspiration in the huddle today, Michael?
What I hadn't realised was it was intended to be a bit of a surprise, and I saw him out in the middle about 10 minutes before I was about to do it and said, "You got unlucky, I'm giving you your county cap just like I gave you your England cap."
That tends to give the surprise away.
Somewhat let the cat out of the bag. Anyway, it's nice to give it him. One of those moments that you remember as a cricketer, because I was thinking it was a long time ago since I got my county cap here, but Brian Statham, the great Brian Statham, gave me my cap.
When you played here historically, there was two different dressing rooms almost. Was that first team, second team, or that cap, done cap? They sort of kept you apart, didn't they?
Yeah, well, obviously very different because it was in the old pavilion, but either side of the left-hand clock you'd have the first 11 capped players' dressing room and then the second 11 capped players' dressing room. And when I started here, there were more than 22 players on the staff. There were upwards of 32 players on the staff. So then there was a dressing room at the back for the also-rans, of which I was one at the start. Well, it's been a fabulous few months for that young man, Tom Hartley, who can look forward to the T20 World Cup in June. But wants to try and make himself, I think, into a first choice pick in all formats if he can. And that's the challenge for him this year, to improve his red ball bowling in home conditions. Got kind of in outfield. He's got those three men we mentioned around the bat: slip leg, slip short leg, but also long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square. So just one man saving the single really on the leg side. That's Josh Bohannon. Important position to try and keep the batter on strike so that Lyon gets 6 balls at him. What Denley will be trying to do is get down the pitch or pick out those gaps, that are plenty of them on the leg side to get off strike. Boundaries will be hard to come by on the leg side with the field that Lyon has set, but you've got opportunities to knock it around and turn over the strike. Well, boundaries hard to come by, and especially if you knock it straight down Long On's throat, as Denley has done. Not a smart shot.
But smart captaincy and field setting. Michael Atherton mentioned the in-out field, men round the bat, and one man out. Joe Denley might have backed himself to hit it for 6. He might have been going straighter, but the skipper set the field, and the skipper took the catch. So after a decent partnership, a bit of a brain fade there from Joe Denley. And Lyon gets his first wicket of the match. 129 for 6.
Lancashire in control. Both these teams in urgent need of some points in Division 1. Lancashire bottom, Kent just above them. And for now, it's Lancashire on the front foot here on the first day of this championship fixture at Old Trafford. They've got Kent 129 for 6. Nathan Lyon has just taken his first wicket of the day, getting Joe Denley caught at long on, eyeing up a shorter boundary, it must be said, to that leg side, because the pitch is way over to the left hand side of the square as we are looking, so that means that Lyon is bowling to a shorter leg side boundary, which was no doubt the intention behind Joe Denley's shot, but he didn't middle it, and he just picked out Keaton Jennings at long on. And Stewart now joins Joey Everson.
What do we think of the shot? Was Denley trying to go straighter with no long off, or did he just back himself, as they do nowadays, to belt it over long on for 6?
I think the latter, just because the shorter boundary that I mentioned. He's beaten on the outside edge and on the angle. 129 for 6.
So 2 poor shots, really. If you think of Zach Crawley wafting outside the off stump without much foot movement, and then on that occasion, a long on, the skipper placed himself out there as the tempter, and Denley found him perfectly.
Well, this is the aim really for Lancashire. Given the chance of some rain, they were hoping to put Kent under pressure today and try just to bat once in the game. That will be their aim. And then unleash Hartley and Lyon with a lead that they would hope to get in the second half of the game. There's already a little bit of spin for Tom Hartley. He's only into his second over, but he's spun a couple already.
And I'd say he's markedly slower than he was in India. In India, obviously, with those pitches, especially the first one, his role from his height and his release point to fire it in, a little bit like Jadeja, and just let the pitch do the work. You can see here, with the pitch just spinning a fraction, he is a bit slower and using flight and trying to get some overspin and some drop.
Trying to use that breeze as well to get some drift into the right-hander. It's nice. He also must be feeling so much more confident than he was at this time of year, just having played and having done well and having held his own against the best players in the world off spin. If you ask me, the one area he needs to improve on would be consistency. For a finger spinner in India at times, amongst all the magic deliveries and the balls and the wickets, there was a little bit lacking in control of length in particular. There were some full tosses. Now, whether that's pressure or the pressure the Indian batters put on him, but he just needs to control his length, especially in England, where he's going to be doing a holding job. If he plays at, you know, there's Bashir, there's him and there's Leach, all probably vying for one spot. He's going to have to give some control in the first innings of a test match in England, and he has to control his length. .132 for 6.
Say that as an update. Yeah.
133 for 6 here, and cricket elsewhere. Top left, that's Essex. They're actually 8 down now. That hasn't quite updated yet. Is that the wicket ball? No. 189 for 8. Bottom left, that's Derbyshire against Sussex. Covers are on at Headingley, and the rain looks like it might be inching its way towards Old Trafford on the top right there, but not yet. Beautifully bowled. You can already see that he's got a bit more side spin than Nathan Lyon. He's turning the ball a little bit more off the straight. Doesn't quite have Lyon's overspin and bounce, and of course it's finding that balance, a bit more side spin, and you want to ideally be able to vary it according to the pitch and the conditions that you're playing in.
Where do you think he is in the pecking order then? Jack Leach back playing this week, and you've got Bashir playing, and obviously Hartley. One spinner for the first Test match. Where are they looking, England?
Sneaky suspicion they're going to go with Bashir. We shall see. Really accurate maiden over from Hartley, 133 for 6. That's nice. Mentioned that there are a lot of gaps there that, with this in-out feel that Lyon has got, if you're quick on your feet, you've got good hands, the aim should be to try and knock him around a little bit more than they've been able to do so far.
Yeah, and I mentioned Root's comparison between him and Ashwin, and that's what Root does well to Lyon, is that he does use his feet and he does use his hands, and he's quick on his feet and hits the gaps. It's not all about your boundary options. Some struggle to get to the pitch of the ball. I remember Ollie Pope in the last Ashes series, away from home, trying to get out down the pitch and it dropping on him, and just not quite being able to get to the pitch of the ball, and the bounce doing you. So he's not easy to charge, as Denley found out.
.136 for 6.
Digging up our special guest. Now this is slightly weird. You don't need to use it. Well, it continues to be very good from Lancashire. Spinners keeping a squeeze on. Hartley is getting some turn, line, some bounce. And that's a good quick single. Had to scamper in the end, but safely home. Fear the rain is edging ever closer to Emirates Old Trafford, but it's not here yet, which is great. What also is great, special guest alongside me. Hello, Kate Cross. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Wardy. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you again. Last time I ran into you was in India, I think. So in Bangalore, perhaps, or somewhere like that. Apart from this morning, where I was very envious of your coat that you had on, because I was freezing. You got those big Lancashire puffer jackets.
They're like the Arsene Wenger length, aren't they? They're really good. I think probably one of the best things that Lancashire has ever given me, actually.
Silly point, very close, right in the face of Everson. Some message is coming through the radio to umpire Lloyd. All is well, we can carry on. Oh, he was coming down the track, and I fancy aiming something violent, but Hartley saw him coming and just dragged it back. Good bowling. Congratulations into the ODIs squad.
Thank you very much.
Didn't quite squeeze the T20s.
Yeah, it's probably a bit of a difficult phase for me with T20s, actually. In that, like Louis said, he needs to see me do that format, and as he's our head coach role, he's not actually quite seen me have the opportunity or the chance to do that. So hopefully if I can put some performances in with the Thunder and the Superchargers in the middle of the summer, then might have a chance of that World Cup squad, but it feels unlikely.
Pulled away. Rare bad ball from Hartley. He's been miserly in this spell. To be clear though, you're building up to the Women's World T20 in Bangladesh, October.
Yes, yeah, we've actually got a big 12 months, 18 months ahead of us now. Obviously building towards that T20 World Cup, like you said, and then we've got the Ashes in January, and then a 50 over World Cup the following October in India. So feels like a really big 18 months coming up.
Every time I look up, more and more is happening in the women's game. It just seems to evolve each month.
Yeah, I can't keep up with it, so let alone anyone who doesn't quite follow it. But yeah, we've obviously had the news recently of the new tiering system for the domestic game, which I actually think is a huge step for the women's game. Will help professionalise it a lot and brings us a lot narrower to the men's game, and obviously we'll be tied in with Lancashire. We're very heavily tied in with Lancashire at the minute, but we go under the name of Thunder. So yeah, as of next year, I think we'll see hopefully a lot of improvement in the fact that the girls are going to be getting better facilities at the test match grounds, etc. So feels like a real positive step for the women's game, but it is quite hard to keep up with. Our logo seems to change every week.
Well, the umpires have just conferred. Paul Pollard and Graham Lloyd. I saw Graham Lloyd during that last over taking a message from the radio. I don't know if that was a discussion about impending rain or potential bad light. It's particularly gloomy, but we've got two spinners in operation. Gave himself a bit of room. That's a good shot from Stewart. Slightly risky as he exposes his stumps a wee bit, but he just held his shape long enough to carve that away for four. Timed it beautifully too. Just with the tier one then, the closer affiliation and association with Lancashire, even though you've been pretty tight already, that's sort of something that the 100 has done here as well, isn't it? It's tied the Manchester Originals women and men's team much closer together.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we've definitely seen the benefit of what the 100 has produced in terms of that, and I actually think Lancashire have led the way with how the women's regional system has been developed here, and how, like I said, we've got access to the facilities here at Emirates Old Trafford on the daily now.
Tries to catch it. I'm not sure if that was off glove or arm, but it's going to run away for another boundary. There's a flash of bat, gloves, arm, all sorts, but it evaded the two close fielders. So 149 for 6, Kent. Any downsides to the Tier 1? Moving away from how it was to how it might become? Or is that affiliation, the facilities you're talking about, and quite frankly, the sheer amount of money that is going to be invested in that?
I'm absolutely convinced there will be some teething issues with it as clubs get used to having to have two professional teams that they've got to kind of put on an even keel and make sure that both teams are prioritised in terms of it's not just a men's team anymore. And I think Lancashire, like I said, that we've had the benefit of 4 or 5 years of building what we have done here, so it won't be as much of a big step for the team here, but you know, I imagine Somerset potentially, or you know, any team that hasn't had their women's team as part of their setup, then there will be some teething issues. I'm sure there will. But I see it overall as a huge positive. And the thing that we've noticed here at Lancashire is the sole sponsorship that comes into it. You know, we've had the benefit of being able to contract 5 or 6 more girls in our team because of Hilton sponsoring, or Sports Break offering some more money and getting the girls away on tour, etc. So it feels like there's more benefit to be had. But like I said, I'm sure there'll be teething issues along the way.
Well, I know Yorkshire were very disappointed not to be awarded Tier 1, as were Kent. And other counties, notably Worcestershire, could not bid, and they were very... I spoke to their CEO, not chief exec, I should say, Ashley Giles. He said desperately wanted to, but that parity you're talking about, prioritising both, he said we just physically don't have the facilities to afford that for the women's team yet.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's where one of my concerns was holding the teams accountable. So it's all well and good bidding for this team, but if you can't, you know, practice what you preach and put the facilities in for the women's team, then ultimately it's not going to benefit the women's game. And obviously I'm not party to the conversations that had been had, or the bids that Yorkshire put in versus Durham, but from my point of view it sounds like Durham offered more than Yorkshire could, so that's better for the women's game. So it's a lot for some of the girls that, you know, they're going to have to maybe think about moving their lives up to Durham, and might be a shock to the system, but ultimately it should be better for the game.
Back to the more immediate future, the women take on Pakistan in T20s and ODIs. We mentioned those squads have been announced today. What sort of challenge will Pakistan pose to you in those two formats, would you say? You'd say they'd still be on a cricketing journey a bit behind some others. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that is fair, but I think what we know that they will offer is a lot of spin, and that's an area of the game that we're trying to get better at. We know that obviously going playing these World Cups in Bangladesh and India, that's going to be a big challenge for us. I think it's actually a challenge for the women's game. There's still a lot of slow spin that's used that is naturally harder to get away when there's no pace on the ball.
Probably a couple for Stewart, as again he utilises backward point. Yeah, sometimes that just pace of the game.
Yeah, definitely. But I think what we're seeing is, you know, teams around the world now are beating the top nation teams. You know, we've seen Sri Lanka beating South Africa over there recently. Australia had a couple of games that could have been a bit of an upset, but I think that, again, growing the women's game in general, that's brilliant that these teams now are starting to gain more senior players who are putting their hands up, who make those World Cups more exciting, because it's not just your Indias and your Englands and your Australias that are running away with it. So yeah, I think for us, we saw at the back end of last summer when Sri Lanka came over, we obviously lost that T20 series. We'll make sure that there's no complacency in the group, and making sure that our young players that are coming into the team as well get the opportunities to challenge in those roles. So it feels like a good start to the summer, and we've then got New Zealand not too long after that series finishes.
You were in New Zealand, weren't you? Slightly, well, underwater, wasn't it? Parts of the country when you were there.
Yeah, luckily we got the cricket in though, but my holiday was a bit wet.
You're a professional now. It's not about a holiday. You're out there to do a job. But I actually saw Heather the other week, actually, at the tape ball cricket launch, and she said she was pleased. The results were pleasing, but there were things that they want to improve on, that they can learn from that series.
Yeah, I think that obviously, again, not part of the T20 squad, but actually watching from a fan's point of view this time, that was really exciting to see the likes of Holly Armitage come into that squad, and Lindsay Smith, and saw Tammy Beaumont back opening the batting. But it felt like in the one day we weren't quite playing, I hate to use this term, but the brand of cricket that we know we can play. And I think that was probably, we won the series, and it's great to go overseas and win those series, but I don't think we quite executed how we wanted to. And we've just recently come back from a couple of days in the Lake District where we've done some team building, which was a good reset for us, I think.
That's not quite how you described it to me earlier before we came on there and off camera. Done it again. Off the back foot, Stewart offering an option for Lyon to attack his stumps, but managing to carve it through backward point for another 4. So a sparky innings so far from Grant Stewart. Almost a carbon copy of the boundary a couple of overs ago. .157 for 6 from 56. I had to do one of those team bonding things in the Lake District.
Did you have to wear a wetsuit like we did?
I didn't have to wear a wetsuit, but I did have to abseil down a sheer rock face with Mike Gatting as my patient strapped to a gurney. And I was looking at these ropes going, I need another few ropes here for Gat.
Was he actually injured, or was it him volunteering?
No, it was a pretend patient. I just got paired with Gat for some reason. After lunch as well, so it was a bad time all round. Nice up there, though.
It was very wet again. I think the weather's following me around, actually, but it was very beneficial. I think sometimes when you put so far out of your comfort zone, then you learn a lot about each other and how you react to pressure moments. And Sophia Dunkley was actually scaling a rock face at one point. We're doing some rock climbing, and the tutor said to her, like, what would you do if you playing cricket and you're feeling like this and you're stressed and your breathing's gone? And she just said, well, I don't fear for my life when I'm on the cricket pitch. So, obviously there's that extremity surrounding the things that we're doing. We weren't put in any danger by any means, but you just feel that way when you're doing activities that you're not quite used to doing.
Sophia Dunkley's actually not been picked in either of the squads, the T20 or the 50 over women's squads, to take on Pakistan in the next few weeks, but very talented girl. She'll come again. I understand that, flipping through the media releases and various things, that John Lewis has been helped by AI to select these squads. So you need to get your AI bot better for your T20 selection.
I don't even know how that can help me.
I don't even know how that works.
I don't know what that means.
But you're going to need a big squad, aren't you, now going forward with the cricket that's coming up and the important cricket that's coming up?
Yeah, I think we've seen that over the probably last 12 or 18 months, that there's not many pockets for kind of any respite now, so players are having to take that through. You know, some players weren't available for the Sri Lanka series at the back end of the summer. But there's now so much cricket in our calendar that it's making sure that our players are peaking at the right times for these tournaments. So it's something that we're actually having to adjust to quite a lot, because we're not used to playing this amount of cricket. It seems to be getting more so every year, which is great, but with that obviously comes your fatigue and your injuries, so you're having to manage it a lot more. And I feel like there was a lot of criticism around that Sri Lanka series last year for resting senior players, but what it did do is give the likes of Danny Gibson, Bess Heath, Freya Kemp, you know, the young girls that are coming through, the chance to have more responsibility and bigger roles within that group. So there was benefit to doing it. Obviously you lose a series and it doesn't look good, but I think what it does do is prep the players for 18 months further down the line.
So we're going to have a change. We've had a spin for a bit of a turn, but now things are going to change. Tom Bailey's going to operate from the James Anderson end. Got 7 overs until the tea break. I'm not sure how much cricket we'll see after the tea break, just glancing at the radar, but fingers crossed it stays away, the rain.
I was a bit worried when I saw the forecast, because obviously it was the school's day earlier with all the kids in and my little niece.
How'd she enjoy it?
Yeah, she loved it. I turned up and she was throwing beanbags into some games, and I'm not sure how much cricket they've watched, but she's just nearly 8 now, and she's starting to get into her cricket. I bought her a Superchargers top, which might be a bit controversial, but she likes the colour purple.
How's that gone down with the family, though?
As long as Auntie Kate's happy, then I think they're happy.
There's a few thousand of them when they're over there. They didn't want to watch, they just wanted to play. All edged, flashed away through where a third slip would have been. He would have had to have been a tall third slip. But we've had a flurry of boundaries from Stewart since he's come to the crease, which has just given Kent a little bit of momentum. Not really a convincing cut, and it's flown down to third for a boundary, though he got away with it. You mentioned resting players for that Sri Lanka series and the benefit that that gave in terms of looking at other players. I slightly raised an eyebrow when a couple of the girls decided not to leave the WPL in order to get ready for the international summer. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that that's wrong, but it's a question that has been asked as the women's game has expanded. Are you going to fall into the trap of what has happened with the men's game? And when the WPL was announced and some of the numbers were being bandied around in terms of salaries, we thought, well, that could be the start of what happened with the men's game in the IPL. How did that sit with you? What was the conversation around the group about that decision?
So we actually got the choice in that. I spoke to our director of cricket and spoke to John Lewis. We had quite a lot of conversations around how our winters would look, and what felt obvious to me was that first and foremost this should only happen once, so it was a one-off. That was our understanding of it, that we wouldn't have the WPL overlapping with series again. From my point of view and my situation, it was simple because I knew I probably wouldn't be in the T20 series, so it seemed strange or daft to pull myself out of the opportunity to play the WPL, which could have for me been the opportunity to showcase what I could do. Obviously I didn't play, so it didn't work out that way. But I do think it's a tough balance with things like that, because you want, your senior players that are going to be in the World Cup squads, your Nat Sivabrunt, you know, the first on the team sheet. So for someone like her to miss a couple of games for England, I don't see it as a huge detriment, but I see the positive that it gives a Danny Gibson the chance to put a hand up, open the bowling, and have that all-rounder role. But equally, Nat Sciverant's not going to turn down 320 grand to play cricket, and that's the dangerous time that we're in the women's game, where these franchise leagues are popping up and offering more money to the girls, and you're seeing it not necessarily with the England, Australian, Indian teams, but yeah, the likes of the West Indies, South Africa, New Zealand, who don't earn a lot of money through playing for their country, are going to prioritise these franchise leagues. So I know New Zealand have got written into their contracts that they have to be allowed to play in the WBBL, the WPL, ahead of New Zealand. So I think it probably highlights where the women's game's at a little bit more than the men's game. But equally, you're playing cricket in India. You've got a lot of subcontinent cricket coming up in big tournaments, so it's good opportunities to learn in those environments. And like I said, hopefully if it's just a one-off and you don't, have to do or make those decisions again, then you can hopefully just forget that that's happened, and it doesn't, and that moving forward the windows for franchise leagues actually fit a little bit nicer into our international schedule.
I'm fascinated to get your insight on that, and I don't disagree with the words you said. I suppose that the advantage the women's game has got is you've got slightly more of a blank canvas to create that schedule that would allow the pockets to play the franchises without getting on the toes of international cricket. But there have been mistakes made in the men's game. You just don't want to follow down the same couple of rabbit holes that the men's game has gone down.
Yeah, and again, it's quite a precarious part of our game, because you don't want to just follow the men's blueprint, because it doesn't actually fit the women's game.
But that's what I mean. You've got a blank canvas. You can go your own way.
Yeah, obviously you do have a lot of men's cricket to learn from, and hopefully those mistakes won't be regurgitated. But again, we've probably still not got the depth that the men's game has got, so I can't imagine there's going to be many T10 leagues firing up in the UAE for the women. But I do think we're kind of on the brink of moving into the new era of the women's game, where there are these leagues and there is a lot more international cricket, and that money is starting to come into the game. And like I said, we're going to see that with the Tier 1 now, with the kind of sole sponsorship opportunities that are going to come in. But I just think we've got to be quite careful with it, because you don't want to lose your best international players. You don't want to weaken the West Indies, the South Africans and the New Zealand teams, because more money is being offered. So I think it's really important that governing bodies support their national teams as best that they can, and really try and bridge that parity gap, and try and make sure that you're keeping your best players playing international cricket for as long as possible.
Someone like Hayley Matthews would be sort of there, given her recent performances as well. Would be highly sought after if other leagues do pop up.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's probably a really good example of kind of waiting to hear about her potential and retirement announcement. I've not heard on the grapevine that that's going to happen, but you can see that as she's such a good all-round player, that she's going to get pulled into these leagues, and it could jeopardise her place in the West Indies. But then the shoe on the other foot, I think we've seen with the likes of Deandra Dottin, that now she's not got consistent cricket that she's playing in, and she's, her currency is scoring runs in these franchise leagues, and she wasn't picked up in the WPL, not picked up in the WBBL, not picked up in the 100 now. So someone like her, who's a brilliant player and really can change the game, now doesn't have the opportunities because she's pulled herself away from international cricket. So it's a real fine balance, I think.
Going down a level and sort of to the youngsters and the next generation, you mentioned your niece was here having a great time with the 1,000 or so other kids, boys and girls, that were here. She's probably interested in cricket because Auntie Kate's a cricketer. But what about her friends? Are they now more aware of cricket, wanting to get involved in cricket? And where has that interest, if that's the case, been generated from?
I think, I mean, the short answer is probably the visibility that we've got now. And I think, again, I always speak really positively about the 100, but having cricket every day on TV in the summer holidays when kids will turn on the telly at 3 o'clock and see women playing cricket, I think is fantastic. I didn't know women played cricket until I started playing myself. I was just always saw men on TV playing. So the fact that there's now a lot more visibility around it. I was actually lucky enough to go into her school as well and give a little taster session for girls only, a bit controversially. But I did the assembly in the morning, and the head teacher just before I spoke said, does anyone recognise Kate? Does anyone? I thought I'm at least guaranteed 2 people because my 2 nieces were at the school.
You'd hope so.
And both of them kept their hands down.
So, absolute donuts. You got nothing.
Nothing from
nothing
them,
from
no.
the audience.
Thankfully,
Bad crowd.
a couple of Year 6 boys put their hand up, so I thought, right, I'm doing something okay. But yeah, it's gutted. But again, more getting your role models to go into schools and give young people experiences.
Well, it wasn't a great delivery, and Bailey turns away in disgust, but it was pretty emphatic from Everson. He latched onto that short ball extremely quickly. Nice way to end the over with a boundary, 170 for 6. Keeps it pretty simple, does Joey Everson. No real trigger. Wide-ish stance, bat height. In the perfect position to put that away, and it was a bit of a drag down, in fairness, from Bailey. So this is quite an important part of the day, I think, for Lancashire. They had an indifferent first hour, got the ball moving, and really got themselves into a cracking position and bowled beautifully. But just this partnership, Everson 41, Stewart 26, has just held them back. And they need to just finish the job. They're in danger of undoing the good work that they did just prior to lunch and just after lunch. Another cut shot from Stewart won't bring up a boundary, just one. With Keaton Jennings deciding to bowl, hoping to use these favourable conditions today, and then maybe the next 2 days slightly warmer, less cloud around. Best time to bat once. But get the job done today in these conditions.
Back to your question though, I think days like today, I'm not sure many of the kids will have watched Will Williams' opening spell, but they might go away remembering that they've had a great time at an incredible venue, rock climbing, having ice cream, and then maybe next time mum or dad wants to take them to a game of cricket, that's how they associate it. So I think days like today are really important, and it might be that we've given 1,000 kids in the area their first experience of cricket.
Yeah, just that experience, as you say, a great big ground with lots of seats and action going on and things to do. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that day at the cricket. Can we go again? It's that type of thing that just starts it. Won't be for all of them.
I guarantee a lot of them will go home and tell the parents they met Lanky, and that's maybe the only thing they'll remember, but...
Not Kate Cross. A couple of mascots over there, I think I saw. Lanky was one.
The All-Star
was there.
Is it called Twinkle? I remember when Sophie Eccleston first came into the England team, she brought her autograph book with her, and it had Lanky in there about 17 times, all different. Obviously it was someone different every time, but then there was Catherine Brunt and people that she'd met along the way, but she remembers meeting Lanky for the first time as well.
173 for 6. 173 for 6, 3 overs until tea will be taken. Important 3 overs for both Kent, who've made a recovery of sorts, and Lancashire to try and get another wicket just before that break. Right, well, Somerset are about to start their first innings down in Taunton. Back playing again. They bowled Essex, co-leaders with Surrey out for 156 in 51 overs. A couple of wickets for Craig Overton, 1 each for Davey and Gregory. Jake Ball with 2 and Pretorius with 4. So Somerset batting with Renshaw and Dixon. And there's a bit of rain around at the other games, haven't started yet at Lords. Derbyshire is delayed in their game against Sussex with the home side 189 for 8. So no play at all yet at Lords between Middlesex and Leicester. Glamorgan are 95 for 2, but they're off at Headingley. So there's a bit of rain around, and there's a bit of rain coming our way at some point, we think. But so far, it has stayed away, which we're delighted about, because the forecast that I saw this morning wasn't great for any part of the day. Had 2 fabulous days up here. The sun has been shining, so I've been doing some filming. First day of the game, you rock up, the same rocks up, leaden skies.
This is what you associate with Manchester, though, isn't it? So you don't want to go too far away from the norm. Don't want to let those kids into a false sense of security thinking it's sunny when we play cricket in the north.
Aerial in the gap. It's going to hit the practice pitch, so that won't slow it down one iota. Gone away for 4. So again, Everson and Stewart continue just to punch back at this Lancashire bowling attack. Thought for a minute that was going straight to backward point or extra cover.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a loose shot, but obviously there's a big gap in that cover region. What Tom Bailey's actually trying to get Everson to do is to drive and bring those slips into play. Feels a little bit like Lancashire are searching at the minute. Missed the first couple of hours of play because I was training myself, but I think these are the kind of partnerships that you still need to be relentlessly boring with your lines and lengths and not try and go searching for those wickets.
Well, it's good from Stewart, who's 29, and Everson, who's faced 100 deliveries for 46. Hartley is about to start another over. Has got the ball to spin. Quite an interesting fielder positioned at point, but sort of point 3 pitches away from the batsman. Stewart has been quite keen to play that cut shot, and a couple, well, been successful, it's gone for 4, but it's been slightly aerial. That's probably why Hartley's put him there. Just feels like he's bowling for a long up catch though. Drag down.
Obviously we don't get the pleasure of playing much red ball cricket, but when we do play it we talk a lot about using your field as a distraction, so it might not actually be where he takes the wicket, but it might create something. And sometimes as a bowler I think you've got to be quite honest and say, well, you know, my bad ball is this ball today, so you know, let's protect that or try and get a catch there.
It's one of the great joys, isn't it, the red ball game, that you've got time to just tactically work over a batter field placings, different lines, different lengths. As you say, could be just a distraction. But he has hit a couple aerial, mainly off line actually, off the off spinner. So you training indoors today, or was it fitness? What was the story? You're quaffing on your milkshake that you brought up with your protein powder.
Outdoors today. I thought we would be indoors actually, but no, I managed to get a couple of overs in outdoors. But yeah, we've got our next Rachel Hayhoe Flint game at Trent Bridge on Monday against the Blaze, so just prepping for that.
Change of field, long on comes up. Slightly different than bowling on those Medans when we were out in India.
And different to bowling in New Zealand. If I could roll up a pitch and take it with me for the rest of my life, it'd be that one in Wellington.
Good.
Yeah, speaking to Paul Allott about that actually, I didn't realise he'd done a winter out there playing, and he obviously loved it as much as I did.
I think he did a few actually. Well, gift and swatted all the way for 6. Hartley will take his cap and his jumper from umpire Graham Lloyd in disgust, really. That was an absolute gift. Thank you very much. Just losing a little bit of discipline in the last half an hour.
And credit to the Kent batters, and Stewart in particular. I think he's capitalised on the bad ball that's been bowled. He's absorbed the pressure of the good bowling and then managed to punish the bad deliveries. Luke Wells going to have a little trundle from the James Anderson end.
Well, 1 ball left till that tea break. Luke Wells to have a go with that final over. Keaton Jennings just trying to do something a little different just prior to the tea break, which will probably come at a good time for Lancashire, just to make these batters go in and then come out and start again. Oh, I think that's just short. It's Bohannon, extra cover. It was hit really hard and low. I think it just dropped a little short. It would have been a very difficult chance anyway, even if it had carried.
Often happens, doesn't it, that over before a break, you kind of put the part-timer on and lose a little bit of concentration as a batter. He does kind of have the habit of taking wickets, Luke Wells, so he's a bit of a golden arm.
Well, he was bowling the Nets a couple of days ago and he was either taking a wicket or getting hit out of the ground. It was weird. There was nothing in between.
I think that's the part-time element, isn't it?
Bohannon again, this time no chance at all of taking the catch. That was hit along the ground, but hit firmly.
We'll give him some credit. He managed to make it onto the bowlers' camp that they went to the Desert Springs in March. He made it onto that one. I think they felt sorry for him because he was the only one left in the winter.
Edison did well to reach that one. So a couple of balls left till the tea break here at Old Trafford on the opening day of this game between Lancashire and Kent. Been some very watchable cricket. Kent will be pleased with how this partnership has formed over the last hour or so. Well, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. We shall look forward to seeing how you go throughout the summer and the girls, and indeed as you go into a busy winter.
Thank you very much. Great to be back.
Glad you got back safe and sound from the lakes. Safely negotiated. 184 for 6 then, with Everson 46 not out, Stewart 35 not out, just that one over from Luke Wells. But a good hour up to the tea break from the visiting batsmen, and they needed it because Lancashire were very much on top. They're still in a strong position, but that's a good fight back. partnership earlier today was good from Compton and Crawley, worth 45. But then there was a very good passage of play where Balderson bowled quite beautifully. Then Lyon got into the attack and dismissed Denley, caught on the long on boundary by the captain. 46 and 35 respectively for the not out batsman. And Bailey none for 35, but he's bowled better than that. 2 for Williams, who also eventually, once he changed ends, found his line and length, rhythm and swing. And George Balderson, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 50 from his 15 overs. Right, the lights are on. We'll be back for the evening session late, and hopefully the weather will remain dry.
Thanks, mate. Hi, Katie. You are clear for about 14 minutes or so like that. What do you need from me? Thanks a lot, madam.
Alex, nice to see you.
Really important really to not be afraid to take those opportunities and go as far as you can with those opportunities. And I think what for us is really important is that we get to do that for Lancashire cricket. And the beauty of what Lancashire cricket do is they understand the importance of cricket in India, and they understand the importance of that cricket fan that doesn't just live in India but is Indian. What's important for us as Badger and Coombs is to support that for Lancashire cricket as well. And I think what we're very proud of is that we don't just press buttons, we don't just put up cameras, we understand the technical, digital, creative opportunities that we can use with that kit to heighten the brand for Lancashire cricket in India. But because we've got such a good team in Mr. Singh and his lads, it's been an absolute breeze for us. And sharing that culture with them here and that experience here in Bangalore with them has been brilliant.
We've been very tired, and we've all worked really hard to get the best out of what we've been trying to work on here. The opportunity that's come with this project, it has honestly been such a great experience and opportunity to be able to work on and engineer a production like this to this scale and this calibre. It's crazy to think that it's something that I've done.
Everyone's been great, everyone's smiley, even at an unearthly hour that we all get here, and especially the Badger and Coombs team who do far more than I do. I just wander in here and chat about the cricket. Everybody behind the scenes is putting in the work and the skill to get this broadcast to what it is. So yeah, as ever, There's lots of smiley faces behind the scenes, which makes it a pleasure to come in and work.
This is a big deal for Badgers because it's a huge scale production.
A lot of work has gone in over the last couple of weeks working with Colin and the team at Badger & Coombs, and so yeah, there's been quite a lot of hard days, sleepless nights trying to get everything sorted.
And this is quite pioneering from the production company Badger & Coombs, and they are a very, very professional outfit. Take it from me, I've worked with all of them.
Over in Bangalore, there's been 5 days of games. We've had a double-header T20, a 50-over women's match, and a 3-day men's game.
Pre-season tours have traditionally been very difficult for fans to access. But now, by being able to see the matches live, the fans are brought ever closer to what their players are doing in the run-up to the domestic summer.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Lancs TV.
It was a challenge to doing a live stream 5,000 plus miles away from Emirates Old Trafford. To save on costs and to save on logistics and things like that, we opted for getting in touch with a local production company who have all the kit, and then myself and Katie, we flew out our remote production kit. We thought, let's try and get all this into one Pelly case and kind of pack it up in such a way that the whole of the remote production fits inside that Pelly case.
Using the StreamHub's talkback system, me and Colin would be engineering things on both ends.
Is your if you can take a look at RX2 for us, mate, and just double check the sims?
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about.
I never would have expected to be out in Bangalore, India, on tour with Lancashire Cricket. If you'd have told me that years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. I never would have thought that Lancashire would fly me out here to direct for them. That's just an incredible experience to have. I feel very privileged that myself and the company have got that relationship with Lancashire Cricket where they have that trust in us and we have that trust in them. Typically in industry, it takes a lot of years to kind of work your way up, so the opportunities I've had at Badger & Coombs to try different roles and learn on the job and progress up through the different stages has been phenomenal, and yeah, it's amazing.
It's a great opportunity to be able to broadcast our pre-season tour games live from Emirates Old Trafford, but also live from Bangalore. It's just a great opportunity for us to grow the Lancashire cricket brand, both in India, in England and across the world. And we're just trying to grow the love of the game and grow the Red Rose brand as much as we can.
I think the sky's the limit. I think you guys are so innovative and what you come up with, and we're happy to play along, and it gives us a great insight to what you do and how that stuff works.
Oh, great effort, Asp! Get in! Finish off!
Everybody's bought into this different way of consuming the content.
No task has been too great. We've challenged us as well and try and make us push on and be the best we can be. You're always coming up with ideas, you know, like today, the example with George Bell. We got him mic'd up, and you know, the first over, they go out there, we take a wicket, and Belly gives us the commentary.
George, what are you in these pre-season games? Is it just about trying to find a little bit of rhythm when you're a bowler with a batter? Just get back into the groove of it all?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely a part of that. Obviously, you want to get back into the swing of things, and you want to find your way back into the season, basically. But also, there is a big focus on wanting to still play the game, win the game.
You know, that's an insight that not many cricket fans get. You don't see that on many streams. So I think with sort of your brain power and your creative thinking and our cricket knowledge, we've made a really good team together. I think what we've tried to do is sort of show the nuances of the game in a different way and bring it to the audience, you know, bring what's happening out on the pitch to the audience, you know, get the players more involved and just innovate as much as we can. And I think the Badger & Coombs Lancashire Cricket collaboration has really gone a long way to that. And for the county game and the game in general, that can only be a good thing if everyone is singing off the same hymn sheet.
The director is most important because she is looking at all these cameras, and out in Bengaluru there will be maybe 6 or 8 cameras.
This is where I sit. during a match. Up on the balcony, just outside the changing rooms as well, here in Bangalore. If you come with me quickly, I'll show you where our camera positions are. We're working with a team from India who are looking after the camera work and things like that. We've got Katie directing downstairs, which we'll go and take a little walk down there now. But as you can see, great camera locations, great views. If you'd like to follow me down the stairs. So look, let me introduce you to all the guys from our Indian Badger team who are amazing. And this is where Katie is. Again, we've got returns coming down from the UK. And where we spoke to you before, we've got our two Air 320s, the returns, so coming through the internet here and here, and then Katie has her talkback.
Liv and Frankie sort this sort of things out. She's just having a cup of coffee, so she'll be on next. So, going back over here, I've no idea what that lad does. What's he doing here? Taking pictures? He's taking some good lad, that's the way. So let's get back to the engineers. See, I've always wanted, it's dangerous to let me loose in anything like this. Look at all these here. Come down here, Arthur. Look at all these. I wonder what these do. They don't seem to be bothering them, do they? I'll tell you what will bother them. I'll take this plug out.
So I've just nipped out to the hotel garden, actually, just to take a couple of minutes to explain a little bit about why Badger and Coombs are here in India with Lancashire Cricket and the importance of what we do as a company. We're not just a TV production company, we're not just pointing cameras and all that kind of thing. We're actually more of a digital creative consultancy as well. We're quite lucky in the vast range of skill sets that we have at Badger and Coombs, and what that does is it gives us the ability to advise clients about digital growth strategies, especially when it comes to engaging brands and brands engaging audiences. We get to have conversations about, let's put a microphone on a player and bring a fan in from home on the other side of the world to talk to that player, or this is how we can look at creating user-generated content and bringing the audience into the broadcasts, and how can we get the audience to feel like they have control over the narrative of a broadcast, for example. What that does is it engages that audience member in a way that they feel connected better to the brand. We're really fortunate at Badger and Coombs to have Lancashire Cricket as a client. They're fantastic, and they're really invested in our success just as much as we're invested in theirs, and they believe in what we believe in, and they believe that we can bring that great hard-working talent to the Emirates Old Trafford cricket brand. And just recently, and very recently, Lancs TV has launched a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week television channel in India on the Geo platform. So it's us that have been able to help them facilitate that. That's a massive step for a cricket club in the UK to do that, and Badger and Coombs are incredibly proud to be behind that, and to give the confidence for the chief executive and the team of Lancashire Cricket the confidence to take that step. So we've done that because we've constantly advised them on the technology and the things that we can do. They've seen it firsthand, that we don't just point cameras, we don't just hit buttons, we do a lot more than that, and we are continuing to do that. So yeah, if you're interested, you should get in touch with us at Badger and Coombs.
I think for the overall outcome of the project, I think everyone's been really happy with it, and I think we're all very proud, honestly.
Take people for what they are. You welcome everyone in, and then if they're just as welcoming, I think a good development in a relationship, you get a nice bond, and I think that's exactly what we have got. All your guys are brilliant to work with. You're not in the way at all or anything like that. It's just a brilliant relationship that's kept growing and growing, and we're happy to have you all around, and hopefully vice versa.
And they're all young, and they're all ambitious, and they do it right. And I'm an old stager now, but it brings the youth out in me when I'm around all these young people, watching what they do technically. And I, for one, I can tell you, it's mind-boggling.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plumb, it matters where you stay.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford, where the skies have been leaden for most of the day, but thankfully we have not yet had any rain. Umpires Paul Pollard and Graham Lloyd lead the way for the post-tea session. Lancashire won the toss and stuck Kent in, and for an hour they were kept at bay. But once Compton was the first to go, caught off the bowling of Balderson by Hurst for 13, and the score was 45-1. The home side started to get into their work. Williams then knocked over Zach Crawley, who had been set up with some deliveries that were nipping back into him. He wafted at one that went away. This was Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's been in sparkling form, caught Bell bowled Balderson for just 3. That was 67 for 3. 72 for 4, as Jack had his stumps knocked out behind him for just 4. Finch followed on shortly afterwards, LBW palpably by Williams. And then Joe Denley, who battled away for 18 from 77 deliveries, was tempted into trying to hit Lyon out of the park and only found Jennings at long on. So there's the situation as we find it at the moment. 184 for 6 Kent. A nice little partnership between Everson and Stewart has rescued them somewhat from 129 for 6. And Kent are out there battling away. Lancashire's bowlers have found a little bit of movement both through the air and off the pitch. The pitch is a little bit on the slow side, as you would expect, given the weather conditions we've had for the last 6 months or so. But they have toiled away manfully. Balderson at the pick of them with 3 for 50.
Yeah, and I think with rain in the air and some rain forecast to come in, this next little bit absolutely vital. Break this partnership. I'd start with a seamer one end. You don't mind Lyon or Hartley the other. They're going to go Lyon, but definitely a seamer in these conditions. Lights are on. They don't know how long they're going to stay out there in this last session.
Yeah, 55-run partnership then. Lyon is the man that Jennings entrusts to try and break it. Now at the Brian Statham end. Bowled all of his first 10 overs from the James Anderson. Not been a massive amount of side spin for Nathan Lyon. He's more renowned for that top spin and drift. Hartley spun a few, heartening to see. But that was also littered with the odd full toss and long hop. Perhaps could have snuck one there. And we started the game. Lancashire were rock bottom in 10th. Kent just 2 points above them in 9th in Division 1. They're now locked neck and neck on the same amount of points, propping up the rest. Big game this for both teams. The only other game taking place in Division 1 is down at Taunton. Somerset versus co-leaders Essex. As Everson swipes that one across the line out to the man stationed at deep mid-wicket. So Somerset had made short work of Essex's batting. Knocked them over for 150, so Somerset are out there batting at the moment. You'll notice, Nasser, there's not a great deal of difference between the colour of the pitch and the outfield.
Yeah, Cook and Porter will be hard work on that pitch. And as we say that, they're playing in Taunton, and it's drizzling and raining here at Old Trafford. And the umpires have said it's just raining a bit hard and maybe a bit of light as well. And that hover cover is going to be brought on.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nas, it might be our very first game of the season, but your beak is in sparkling form, right?
4 o'clock, I said,
4
didn't I?
o'clock.
I was 12 minutes late.
Yeah, I mean, we can give you that sort of leeway as it's our first game of the season, but the hover cover is on its way on. Graham Lloyd is making notes to make sure that he knows exactly what time the players left the field. And well, it's disappointing, but we cannot say that it was unexpected. We've been watching the radar as the rain has moved its way westward from Leeds. Come over the Pennines. It's taken its time, but it has finally arrived. And well, again, if the NASA radar is correct, we may not get back out there again for the rest of the day. Fingers crossed that he is wrong for once. So 186 for 6. Kent put into bat by Keaton Jennings at the toss, who was a little unsure as to the best way to proceed, but felt perhaps that bowling first and maybe just batting the once might be his best route to a victory here at Old Trafford. And well, with 6 wickets down, at least when Kent were 129 for 6 and Denley had departed, it looked as though that plan was working perfectly, but Everson and Stewart have had other ideas. So while we figure out what is likely to happen next, we'll take a short break, on the other side of which we will have some classic action for you.
start again, actually, so Joey's back.
We're back. Can you welcome everyone, please?
Yeah, she'll play, yeah.
Nothing on the screen at the minute.
Just we're underway, sir.
Right, welcome back. An extraordinary turn of events. The rain, the squall has come and gone, and the players are back out there and ready to go at it once again. Important period, you feel this, for Lancashire in this game, Nasser.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for the batters, as you know. Butch in, out, you don't know how much play you're going to get. The lights are on, you don't know. Even if the rain doesn't come back, bad light might play a role. So you have to refocus. And for that reason, Lancashire got to see this as an opportunity to grab a couple of quick wickets. Be switched on.
Ball in its 66th over. It'll be 14 overs to the new ball after this one. It's been noticeable how much the amount of movement has changed throughout the day. The new ball, it was pretty much gun barrel straight. The lacquer went off and it started to swing and nip a little bit. And now, as it should do in a game of cricket, the ball's 65 overs old. Unless there's some reverse swing or the ball is turning sharply, batters are finding life that bit easier, despite the conditions and the light.
It's one thing we haven't discussed with the Kookaburra ball. I know you're not much of a fan of it playing it in April, but what it does do in April is that it allows batters to get in a little bit of nick. And then if you start the third game with the Duke's ball, you feel like you're a bit of nick. You know, as a batter, if you've got runs and it's moving around, it's a lot easier than if you're out of nick and it's moving around. So, you know, Everson here is a classic example of that. He comes in this game with a bit of nick. And Stewart puts it away through extra cover for 4. These two both look in good touch. 191 for 6.
Again, over pitched that delivery 35 or so overs ago. May well have swung and nipped, and that drive was dangerous. But right now it's a throwdown, pumped through extra cover. Just thinking all that chat about the Kookaburra and those 2 rounds and whatever. I was thinking, crikey, must have been good players to get runs without batting against the Kookaburra at home all those years ago. But certainly, I don't mind the experiment at all. I think it's the wrong time of year. The pitches are too soft, weather's too cold. And so even if you do get more overs of spin bowl, they're not exactly bowling because it's ideal for them to do so. But it'd be interesting to see what happens when they use it again in June, July.
Quick look at the ball out there, actually, just to see if it'd gone out of shape. That was a problem a couple of years ago, wasn't it, with the ball kept going out of shape, kept going soft. On that occasion, the bowlers, like Stuart Broad, were not happy at all with the ball that was being used that summer. So a lot of talk about cricket balls in the last few years in English domestic cricket.
Bang! He's absolutely slammed that over mid-on. Again, it's a gentle delivery, too short for Balderson.
And this was my point about being switched on. Mark Butcher said this is an important little spell for Lancashire, and they've just come out a little bit cold and a little bit loose and a little bit stiff. And this partnership now just starting to hurt them.
Another over ticks by, 195 for 6.
It's there now, actually. It's just come up.
Nathan Lyon just trying to get some feeling into the fingers there. The towel tucked in the back of his trousers. Usually used to try and keep the ball dry, or maybe keep the hands dry, keep the sweat off your palms. You won't be sweating out there at the moment, I can tell you that. Nicely bowled. It was well played. Stewart getting himself, bending that front knee so he leant into that delivery, which easily could have taken the outside edge had he not been quite so careful.
And that will be 50 for Joey Everson in good nick. 168 runs in the 2 matches he'd played before this game, averaging 56 this season, and that average going in the right direction. Good young player, move from Notts, move to Kent has been a good one.
Got him. Beautifully bowled. Nathan Lyon has been searching for the right length. The line has been wide of off stump, but this time the length was much, much better. Stewart unable to cover the length, unable to get out close enough to it. And there it is, that beautiful wide line. The ball just going straight on, outside edge. Really good catch at slip, sharp catch. And Lyon breaks the partnership, and a bit of relief out there for Lancashire. 198 for 7.
Who this?
Big Aussie quick. Where's Agar? Makes his way to the middle. Doubtless his brief will be to perhaps play a few strokes, try to get Kent up to a bonus point. 250 is the marker for that in the championship nowadays. And that was a timely intervention from Nathan Lyon. Things were just starting to get away from Lancashire.
And a good bit of bowling. We often talk about Aussie line as an off spinner. And by that we mean an attacking line where you do bring your slip into play. You try and bowl people through the gate. He'd just been driven for a single and he threw it up again. Kept a bit low. Yeah, the previous delivery tossed it up outside off stump and Everson played the big booming drive, but he just held that line. Talk about it a lot, the Aussie line for the off spinner. Tim May used to bowl it like that years ago, and Lyon exactly the same. If it spins in, go through the gate. If it doesn't, slip comes into play.
Yeah, it's a classic piece of off-spin bowling, and the way that Nathan Lyon gets a lot of people out. There's an off-spinner. Getting right-handed batters caught at slip requires that command over line, the command over length, getting the ball to drop a little bit, so players are sort of pushing at it with their hands. If it goes straight on, you nick it to slip, and a really sharp catch from Luke Wells at slip. And there he is. Had a couple of starts with the bat. Luke Wells said he gave away a couple of scores in the previous championship games, looking to remedy that on what looks a pretty good surface here at Old Trafford. He got turned around. He's coming back for the second. Hartley rather lost his feet, wasn't able to get up and send it in quickly. So a comfortable 2 in the end. Well, Agar not giving off an air of permanence out there at the moment, but manages to squeak out another run by way of inside edge to fine leg.
He's just come in. He's only faced 4 balls. Give the lad a chance. He's coming in at 9. It's doing a bit. Dark drizzle.
What, you saying that's harsh? Oh, well, good line. Another over against Balderston's name. 3 for 62, 202 for 7. Light is getting increasingly Stygian out there.
Increasingly what?
Darkness, my friend.
You just make up words, don't you?
Came out the exam going, I nailed that. They went, no, sorry, you got the wrong bit. Yes.
Solid forward defensive there from Agar. Just for a big man, he's kind of a little bit uncertain. The bat looks like a matchstick in his hand. That's a bit better. Nathan Lyon trying to trot back to his mark. He can sense another wicket coming.
Or he's just trying to keep warm. He's moving around. You rush back to the end of his mark. Maybe thinking about the umpires and the light. Get as many deliveries in before they go off. He's in a rush to get back here as well. He's now going to go round the wicket, change the angle, which will bring slip into play even more. And Luke Wells should go. No, he's going to stay over the wicket. For a second he thought round. He's changed his mind.
Two for 42 for the Aussie off spinner. And just making the most of what he does have at his disposal. It's certainly not a crumbling pitch and the ball ragging. Changes in flight and line and pace. and the skill to land the ball exactly where he wants it with all of those different things in place. 203 for 7. Well, we didn't think it'd be long. The light disintegrated during the course of that last over, and it has now been joined by a burst of rain from this low leaden Manchester sky. So the players once more are making their way off the field. The covers are making their way on. And Nasser, this looks to have a little bit more of an air of permanence about it.
Yeah, this is the hardest rain we've had of the day. And I thought the umpires did pretty well there, actually, just to get back out there. Maybe Grant Stewart won't see it like that, because in that 15 minutes of play they had between tee and this latest rain delay, Stewart did go. He played nicely. Best strike rate of the innings so far, 45 from 58. He was caught nicely by Wells off Lyon. They're the wickets that went before tee. Everson has played nicely. He's not out. Balderson has 3, Williams 2, and Nathan Lyon on a pitch that's not spinning much, is just using his flight and his drop and his drift, and he's picked up a couple of wickets. 203 for 7.
Okay, we're going to take a break, and we'll have some highlights for you when we come back.
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very sort of small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancs.
Okay. I'm recording, so...
Nice.
3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional teams.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day, where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day. You know, we're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour, what are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a fielder underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch comes leap out and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's got.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Threlkeld has gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her fourth and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
But ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists. You know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. There's some of the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, Stumps.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's we're disappointed, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Hilton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
You're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachel and in, obviously, 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready, work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother, really. So, brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him, really. So, opportunities-wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff, really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford gave me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lanc setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the Northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicketkeeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years. You know, taking on the reins as skipper is never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, would be my second season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of the team like everyone else.
all the support we're getting from Lancashire's absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help. But there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. How are you? Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think there's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money. Exactly.
We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential, actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport.
For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so there's some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Brilliant start from
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed. Couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training. I was miserable. I cried every single day. And had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do. And I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through the summer of my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
Beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clearer on bowling plans, to be honest. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Hey girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings, we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group. The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure, maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. There's Lamb in and balls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls. This is excellent by Ditani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. It appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught. Probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall, That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled, out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heat. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running. Their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again the next game.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you'd played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so that they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket, 100 is that both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. You know, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something that you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be. We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is her professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I come through the gates at Old Trafford, and I think it's making it very real now. It's really nice to be here, and I'm looking forward to get going now.
Kate and the whole Cross family are fundamental to Haywood Cricket Club. I'd actually finished playing for the first team when Kate made her debut, but was at the ground when she did it. And, you know, I think the whole club is just proud of what Kate's done. She's a great role model for the club. You know, there's a lot more females and girls wanting to play cricket at Haywood and the surrounding clubs just because of Kate and what she's achieved.
I think Kate paints or embodies that vision of women's cricket, how it's moved on from those real amateur days of how you have to fight and earn your place in an academy and then England. Her journey now would be easier, and that's the brilliant thing. And I think the legacy of someone like a Kate is that these changes come in. So nowadays they'd be coming into a county age group set up at Lancashire, set up into one of our emerging player programmes, and then into the academy, and then into the Thunder setup.
Kate was a 15-year-old girl bowling in the nets, and this coach said, Stanley, just come have a look at this girl. And I went there without any sort of preconceived ideas, went and looked at a ball over the balcony, and straight away I could tell that there was a player there of some real quality. She had this just late swing and delivered the ball in such a way that was really quite a powerful indication of her future potential. So I made up my mind there and then that she would be part of the academy, and I've had no regrets. My only regret is that I was just so blinkered.
Yeah, I mean, there was always comments. It was just such an easy thing for people to talk about. I wasn't put off by it, and I know that some girls could be and have been. And I think that's what is so brilliant about the stage that we're in at the minute with the women's game. I think the fact that there's now a real pathway for girls, a lot more women's cricket clubs as well, or cricket clubs that have women's teams as part of it. I think that's really powerful, that girls know that there's a definitive pathway to make it to Lancashire or to Thunder, and which I was just playing cricket. I just wanted to play as much as possible, and the opportunities kind of fell at my feet without me really realising that it would be kind of life-changing.
So success for Thunder. So there'll be a great sense of relief, I'm sure, amongst the Thunder players. That will be a much happier dressing room now.
That first win, I just remember being so happy and relieved that we'd got that under our belts. People talk so much about how important momentum is in cricket, and I knew that this would be brilliant for us to then kick on and hopefully go further.
From where we'd come from, with confidence felt really low. You just didn't know where a win was going to come from.
I think it was belief more than anything. I think once you get that first win, or you have that performance personally, that can change the whole dynamic of the group.
We want them to be as successful as they can be. We're on this journey with them because we want them to realise their full potential.
The whole development has been brilliant for us to watch from the sidelines and, you know, support as best we can.
That's the kind of game and performance and result that can just really turn things around.
Welcome along, looking forward to this. So here we go, Liberty Heat on strike.
That's in the air and she gets one.
And that is 50 for Emma Lamb. Bang, have a bit of that, Deandra Dottin.
This should be a run out, and it is.
And caught.
Like in any sport, if you can find a way to win, it just improves everyone's mood, and all of a sudden, potentially, you see a little bit of confidence rise, you see a little bit of belief come back into the players.
The first wicket of the Thunder innings. The wicket was much needed. Now they might get it here. It's gone high in the air and it has been taken. It's 4 more to the total. Roll away for 4 runs, just bouncing up over the rope.
This is where we are in a hard world of professional elite sport. There are no hiding places. It does matter. This is very important to everybody at the club.
If they can get a good win here, they can go past the finals. 4 runs, perfect start for the Thunder. A ramp shot, that goes away for 4 runs. Strong contributions with the bat from the Thunder. What can they produce with the ball? Brilliant from Trailtown. Bowled off stump. Olivia Bell. Another crucial wicket for Thunder. It's hit back out. What a catch that is from Tara Norris.
Something special could happen here, because just a little bit of momentum, a few wins put together, and you start to think, you know what, maybe they could actually go on and reach finals day.
So here we go, we're at Blackpool Cricket Club. It's a do or die in the Charlotte Edwards Cup for Thunder. Need a victory here against the Diamonds to reach finals day.
Keep it really, really simple. Enjoy the moments, enjoy the pressure. When the pressure gets hot on them or us, enjoy both teams going through it and learning the moment. Okay? Make smart decisions and keep it simple. Good luck.
Go well.
Let's have a quick word with Ellie.
Yeah, lost the toss and yeah, we're going to have a bowl.
Equation is simple, isn't it? You've got to win here, and ideally you've got to win well this afternoon.
I'm actually really proud of the girls, the way they've turned the comp around. I think losing the first 2 and then to be in this position today, and we've got a bit of momentum now, so hopefully that'll help us out today.
Must-win game, but every game's been a must-win game, okay? Nothing changes. These are the days where we do all that hard work in that indoor centre form, okay? Smile, enjoy it, relax, do the basics well, yeah? Start fast, give everything for 20 overs, right?
Thunder are going to bowl first, and here we go with a slip in place. If they win the match, they give themselves a chance of reaching Saturday's final. Strike rate of 122. Early breakthroughs for the Thunder could be important with that in mind. It's just glanced away off the pads out towards mid-wicket. Thompson waits, drives it towards mid-on and caught. It's driven and caught. Second wicket in the over for Tara Norris. Mahika go up to bowl the third over. Gets another wicket. Heath has gone. Morris strikes. Oh, it's a beauty from Bell. It's down towards long on. It is out. Datani takes the catch. Next batter out. And she's going for another big hit. Plenty of height, not much distance. Might be caught. Is.
Fantastic with the ball, Lancashire. Terrific work, wasn't it, Ellie? You must be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Kept the stumps in play for as long as possible, and yeah, got through their top order. And but yeah, half a job's done. We just got to do the second half even better now.
They're going to need a little bit of luck in this afternoon in making sure that they chase this down now.
There's a bonus point up for grabs.
Yeah.
We'll know that they'll have to win it inside the certain number of overs left, and if they can do that, then Saturday becomes a fantastic afternoon for them. So here we go. So they've got 97 to get inside 16 overs. Balls hit firmly away. Heap comes down the pitch, hammers the ball away, could be caught, is. Sophie Morris takes guard from the umpire. It's a good looking shot. It's driven and it's been caught. Gone behind square and it's 4 runs. Dotting waits, Levick in, balls. Oh, the stumping chance, she's gone, she has been stumped. Threlkeld, the skipper. Levick balls. Threlkeld waiting. Levick in. Can't find a run here. Scores level, so just 1 more run now for Thunder. Run away behind square by Threlkeld. Thunder win the game. They do it inside 16 overs to get themselves that precious extra point as well. Job done for Thunder. Lovely actually. But the Thunder skipper, Ellie Threlkeld, is there to hit the winning runs.
Everyone in. I need everyone in. Grab your attention for a minute or so. That's absolutely fantastic. What a performance that is here. They've got all their top players. We didn't have our England players, but that performance is absolutely outstanding. The power play, the job we did in the power play, brilliant. The way we fielded, the catches we took, but how we calmly went around the run chase and played as well as we did is fantastic. But before I finish and hand over to Ellie, I want us to remember how it felt when we lost those first 2 games. Because the character that you've shown, the environment that you've created, the sticking together from everybody has enabled us to perform like that and come out like that. That's absolutely fantastic, but we must remember that, because those moments make us much, much stronger. The character, the determination and the fight, and then the quality has come out in the last 4 or 5 games. Absolutely outstanding. Brilliant stuff.
I think, girls, I'm fucking proud of us. I think if we'd have been sat here, if you said we'd have been sat here a few weeks ago, no one would have believed it, would they? So I think, like Shawsey said, it's testament to the people in this room and sticking together. And look, we're going to a finals day, and I think now let's take what we've done today into that. There's so many positives to come out from today. I think the bowlers were outstanding. Meeks at top, Tara, brilliant. I think Liv and Soph to come in and play under a pressure game like that, and to execute your skills like that was fantastic. It's brilliant to see. And then I think sometimes when you're chasing a low total, it's easy to go out there and just try and knock it around. I think the way we approached that batting innings is exactly what we want. I thought Dats, Fee in particular, you're outstanding today. And yeah, let's keep doing what we're doing, and we'll come home with the trophy.
A real highlight, I think, for both myself, all the staff, all the players. Fee Morris as a signing, how she's developed and then excelled in these games. Olivia Bell come through the academy and just taken straight into the system and performing admirably well. But it was just looking at the squad of like, we can do it. So I think it was really, really good thinking, right, this is your reward now. You've worked hard all winter, you've performed in these games, you've got finals day to look forward to.
I remember talking to people on social media, talking to my friends who are also Thunder fans. Everybody was buzzing about that.
I think it just goes to show that, you know, when people really put their mind to investing in something, then you really can make environments shift. And I actually think Thunder have really paved the way with how professionalism looks in the UK for women's cricket.
It's absolutely, it's a legitimate career path, and that wasn't the case even a few years ago.
I have a daughter, she's 5, she's just started playing All-Stars. The fact that I know that she has the same opportunity as the little boys that she's playing with one day is hugely important. I'm very proud and privileged to have the chance to change the future for women and inspire a generation of girls.
The reason for us supporting the women is because we felt compelled to, and we want to make sure that the women have the same opportunities as the men.
Young girls now understand that cricket is a game that can provide them with a proper career. We're talking hundreds of girls more than 100 girls right now, but hundreds in the future in the country at any one time can earn a living from professional cricket just as they can in the men's game.
Well, welcome back to a very damp and dreary Emirates Old Trafford. It's pretty grim here, and stumps have been called here at the end, therefore, of day one of this county championship game between Lancashire and Kent. Lancashire won the toss. They decided to bowl, and at stumps, Kent have found themselves 203 for 7. They got off to a good start, 46 without loss with Compton and Crawley. A good hour just before the lunch break really put Lancashire on top. Bit of a fight back from Everson and Stewart. We've seen some very good cricket, but no more today because of the weather. That's where we will start tomorrow with Kent 203 for 7. As you can see, the umpires really didn't have much of a choice but to call stumps with conditions as they are. So there's live cricket for you right now if you go over to the Sky Sports Cricket channel where Mumbai Indians are playing KKR in the IPL. But we'll be back at 5 to 11. Hopefully the weather's improved on Saturday for day 2.